They want to see the police.
Hello, everyone.
Eugene, get out of here!
No, Superson! You're making a mistake.
You made a mistake when you messed with my client.
Is Mom gonna whoop your ass?
Fuck.
This house that I'm recording this in, that I live in, was built in 1963. That's, about middle age for a house in this part of the world. But if you get in a really old house, you'll find a lot of things that don't really make any sense. Like these little nooks that you often find in kitchens or hallways that are too small to be a bookcase or to set anything down on, not big enough to really decorate. You might not know what these are, but these are phone nooks. So back in the day when
Bootycam $22 AIDS.
They want to see.
Yeah, I've already got that ready for later. Thanks for the donation, though, Bootycam. Yes, there is going to be more Frank.
there was only one phone in the house and it was tethered to the wall, they made a dedicated space just for making phone calls with a pad and a pen.
RV $22. My dad was bullying you in your last stream and was elated when you ended the stream early due to his trolling. Well, I didn't end the stream early due to trolling. I ended the stream because I was feeling sick and tired. Because I've been having trouble sleeping the last few days. Thanks for the donation, though, RV.
Pen to take notes, the yellow pages and the white pages, maybe a Rolodex or a planner, usually with important numbers taped up next to the phone on the wall. Yeah, people my age and older, we grew up with these things. They were in all the homes, everybody had one, and they made perfect sense at the time. Today, they just kind of look weird and out of place. Or if you go back further, if you have a really old house, you might have an ice door. In the days before refrigerators, people kept their food cold in ice boxes, which were literal boxes that held ice. And that ice had to be delivered to the house by a local ice company, which was a huge business at the time. And yeah, a lot of houses had a small ice door where the delivery guy could just drop the ice into the ice box without disturbing the home. You'd find milk doors and cold doors for the same reason. Today, of course, they just look like weird, tiny doors that serve no purpose, but back in the day, they made perfect sense, and everybody knew what they were. Like, it kind of makes me think of the third condiment mystery. Have you heard about the third condiment mystery? See,
Thanks for the membership, Primal Guttural. Have you seen the riots in Paris? No, not. What's going on there? Some Muslim shit? Is this over a soccer game?
Milan 5-0 in Munich. With more on this, I'm joined by my colleague Nikki Schiller in the newsroom. Nikki, bring us up to date on what the French authorities are saying.
Interior Ministry, Samantha, have confirmed that 2 people have died and 192 others have been injured.
Dude, Europe is just literally fucking retarded. You people will literally fucking kill each other over a fucking soccer game and blow shit up and start fires. But when, like, Muslim immigrants are just flooding the fucking country, committing terror attacks, raping kids. I don't see anything. I don't know. Whatever. I'm not racist. Like, yeah, Europeans are just fucking a special type of stupid. Yeah, well,
Yeah, apparently back in the Victorian days and a little bit before that, the table settings had 3 shakers, like condiment shakers. Like today, you always see salt and pepper. They had salt and pepper and something else. And nobody knows exactly what it was used for. Like, it hasn't been that long, but we haven't been able to find any writings that explain what it is. It's never referenced in any books or manuals on homemaking or party planning. It seems that it was just so ubiquitous that nobody wrote about it. They all just knew what it was. There was no point in writing about it. And ironically, because it was such a mundane, everyday thing that everybody understood back then, today, nobody knows what it is because nobody talked about it back then. For the record, a lot of people think that it's some kind of mustard powder, but there are debates. The point is, a funny thing happens with history in that the most mundane, ubiquitous parts of daily life are the things that we've kind of lost the most because nobody wrote about them in their time. Everybody just knew what it was.
Would you ever consider making me a mod for your channel? I would promise to never ban someone unless I had clear instruction of who is worthy to ban. I feel like I have been loyal to you long enough to be unbiased enough on your behalf. If not, it's cool.
well, I appreciate the offer. For the time being, I don't need...
And Spec King of Muslim Tarost attacks.
let me see, Dodo. Yeah, for the time being, I don't need anybody to mod. So if that time does come, I will definitely keep you at the top of the list, but right now I don't need it. Thanks for the donation though, Axel.
Passers-by run towards a chaotic scene in downtown Boulder in Colorado yesterday after a man allegedly threw a Molotov cocktail into a crowd of people marching for the Israeli hostages in Gaza.
Yep.
According to witnesses, Free Palestine. The suspect was arrested and named as 45-year-old Mohammed Sabri Soliman, an
Oh, wow, what a surprise. A guy with a terrorist name.
Egyptian citizen who authorities said remained illegally in the US after his visa expired in 2023. What had been a peaceful march ended with 8 victims aged between 52 and 88 being rushed to hospital, 2 of them with severe burns.
Over to these 2 ladies on the grass, and it was 2.
Well, yeah, that was bound to happen. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Hey VG, can I be a mod because I've given you money for years and membership? Oh no. Okay, suck my dick.
Alright, well, thanks for the donation, Booty Chem. Appreciate it. One of them was a Holocaust survivor? Oh my god, dude. That is just fucking crazy.
Possibly the case with the subject of today's video, because we are going to go way back. Today we're going to talk about the Roman dodecahedron. Yes, finally, after all this time on YouTube, so many requests for this topic. I don't know how I've never covered it before, but alas, the time has come. Let's talk about this thing. Yeah, okay, so this was made by my producer, Damien. He found a 3D printed thing, 3D printed it, glued all the little nubs on here, painted it so it looks all like rustic and everything. He did a great job with this. This might be a new accoutrement for my background. No, he really did a good job. So this is a special one. I keep this one. You can't have this one. But this is it. This is the Roman dodecahedron. It's got 12 sides. It's got holes in each side. All the holes are different sizes, as you can see. It's got these nubs in the corners. And this is what it is. This is what it looks like. But yeah, there's like 130 or so of these that have been found, usually cast in copper or bronze. And yeah, nobody knows what they were used for. Actually, at this point, everybody has a different opinion of what these things are used for, but the reason why there's so much disagreement about it is because there is nothing in any literature or art at the time that tells us what this thing is. So we're just left to speculate. The most recent dodecahedron find was in June of 2023 in the Lincolnshire town of Norton Disney, which is apparently where Walt
Gee, I wonder what SJWS will to try to exuciate the killing of that Holocaust survivor.
They probably won't come up with an excuse. They're just gonna call her a settler colonialist or some shit, you know. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo. It's too large to be a sex toy. I'm assuming because of the holes in it and shit, it has to have something to do, and these, like, things here, it has to do something to do with, like, tying knots, anchoring things, if I had to guess.
Disney's family comes from, but this one was especially big. It was like grapefruit sized. The smallest dodecahedrons are around 1.5 inches or so in diameter, but most are, you know, around this size, like 3 or 4 inches in size. But there's no uniform size to these things. They're all over the place. The first document.
Yeah, I was planning on taking the day off and just relaxing, but then I realized I forgot how to do that. So I'm just streaming.
Documented finding of one of these was in 1739 in Aston, Hertfordshire, England. And since then, 133 have been found. With the exception of a few outliers, all of them are from areas in northern Europe like France, Germany, and Britain. This is an area that the Romans called Gaul, and they date to the years when the Romans were there between the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th centuries. So yeah, many make the argument that it shouldn't be called the Roman dodecahedron at all. It should be called the Gallic dodecahedrons because it seemed to be exclusively a Gallic object. The Roman dodecahedron never got anywhere close to Rome. But to put the time period of when these things existed into context, this was a pretty high time for Rome. The empire reached its greatest extent in 117 under Trajan and went through its famous conversion to a Christian state under Constantine in the 300s. So even if it was a regional phenomenon, that region was firmly under Roman control. But the fact that they've only been found in the northern parts of Europe is kind of a mystery, but it's also a clue. Like maybe it was part of a cultural tradition that only existed in those areas. Maybe it has a purpose that only makes sense in colder climates. But that's just one clue. There are many clues to talk about. The fact that there aren't any writings or art with it in there is a clue. Like lack of information is a clue. Like why didn't they talk about these things? They're not mentioned by any of the ancient historians or playwrights. They're not shown in any art. And the Romans were not shy about what they put in art. And before you say, yeah, but
Yeah, Toronto's like a 4-hour drive away, so I'm probably not going to be filming too many rollerblading videos in downtown Toronto, but I am going to make more vlogs soon, so I'm going to do rollerblading and mountain biking and crap like that and training. That's partly why I'm getting the new camera tomorrow.
Most of the famous art came from near Rome. There are plenty of examples of ancient art objects from Gaul, and that art is dodecahedron free. So let's consider some other clues. So one interesting clue is that they're often found in graves or tombs of wealthy women, often alongside coins. But they've also been found near military camps along ancient riverbeds. They don't usually have any markings, which would be a great clue if they did. Some of them do have like circles around.
But how can they say he was a settler colonialist when he lived in America?
Because he's a Jew, I'm assuming. And the guy was clearly pro-Zionist. They're just gonna say he's a settler, colonialist, Nazi who supports displacing indigenous people, that sort of horseshit. Like, they're not even gonna try to cope for the attack in any way. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
Holes, which might just be a gauge that they would use to clip out the different size holes. We don't really know. But yeah, I mean, them not having markings can rule out some theories. Most of them show little, if any, wear, so that's a pretty big clue. And yeah, again, they're usually made out of fairly expensive metals like brass or copper. At least the ones that survived were. So those are the major clues. And with those clues in mind, let's take a look at some of the theories. Now, there are literally dozens of theories around this. I can't go in depth on all of them. I'm sure I'm going to miss a ton of them. But let's take a look at some of the most interesting ones and the ones that I think are the most likely. So one popular theory is that it's a kind of rangefinder for the Roman military to help them kind of aim for distant objects, which makes sense because they were found in military camps. Like, imagine you're a Roman general facing off.
Curious to know Tiller's King of the Hill actor killed in a homophobic shooting. Yeah, I saw that. It's really weird too, because they're doing the King of the Hill, like the new season soon, aren't they? Despite online claims of this being a hate crime, currently the investigation has found no evidence to indicate that. Mr. Joss's murder was related to his sexual orientation. But Joss's husband, Tristan Kern de Gonzalez, alleged in a social media post, Joss was killed in a homophobic attack at the site of their old home. Said the couple was harassed regularly by individuals who made it clear they did not accept our relationship. That's pretty fucked. Well, it's Texas. Thanks for the donation, Curious.
Off against a horde of milk-skinned Gallic barbarians, and you tell your archers to knock their arrows, get ready to fire, and then you lift up your 12-sided rangefinder, line things up just right, and you can see just how.
What camera am I getting? I'm getting the Sony ZV-E1. So this camera. It's basically a miniature FX3. So the reason I'm getting this as opposed to the FX3 is primarily just because this is cheaper. Other than that, the sensor is the same. I think it might have a better autofocus, possibly. But it's got the same sensor. The only downside is it doesn't have a full-size HDMI port. That's the... I don't know how often I'm really going to use that. I was thinking of just getting a wireless HDMI transmitter for doing workout streams. This does have USB-C, but it might just make more sense to use a wireless HDMI transmitter. So yeah, that's the camera I'm getting. Why am I getting a new camera? Well, that camera is full frame, it has better low light capability, and it has a flip screen, so it's easier to film vlogs and shit with. Whereas the A6500 I have right now, it doesn't have a flip screen and it's crop sensor, so it's worse in low light, it's harder to compose shots. It does have good autofocus, but it's not as good as the autofocus in the newer cameras, and again, it doesn't have a flip screen, so it's ridiculously difficult to film on your own. Thanks for the membership, Aaron. Appreciate it. I take Gummy outside in his backpack. Don't walk him though. He's afraid of outside.
And Christians say they aren't violent bullfucking shit.
Yeah, quite a lot of them are, especially in Texas. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
How far away the target is on the enemy's side. Sounds interesting, but, like, how? Apparently it can be done. There's a paper by Amelia Carolina Sparavinga from the Torino Polytechnic School, and she figured out that by lining up the various holes, you can gauge the distance by applying this simple formula. It's super easy. So there you go, mystery solved. The holes are for finding a range, and the knobs are for holding. Except, is this the best solution in the heat of battle? You got an enemy bearing down on you, so you whip out your abacus and do a little algebra? Like, weren't there simpler ways of doing that? I mean, the knob thing, yeah, I guess it makes it easier to hold, but feels kind of unnecessary. Also, the lack of labeling bothers me. Like, if you're going to do something precise with it, you're going to need to have, like, precise labeling of some kind. Also, the size of these would need to be more uniform across the board, which they are not. Also, it might explain why they were found in military encampments, but what about the, high-status women? Like, why would they be buried with a rangefinder? So, I don't personally think it's a rangefinder. In fact, I would kind of rule against any of...
There's no way that's a rangefinder. Especially if you were going to use it on a battlefield.
The main character's gang was at it again. One of them said that the American Academy of Dietetics and Nutrition forged numbers to alter data to enhance veganism when the evidence they had said the variables changed to get better results. They dumb AF.
Well, that's what they always do. They're basically flat earthers. It's like I told you before, the whole conversation pathway with debating a flat earther is the same as debating like a carnivore retard. Oh, where's the evidence that the Earth is round? Here's a NASA satellite footage. Oh, they doctored that, and it's like photoshopped, and it's not even real, so... They use the same set of arguments, and then when you try to like establish what epistemic standards they have for evidence, they either won't answer or it's like absolutely absurd and ridiculous, and they don't even adhere to their own epistemic standards. No, that's the wrong one. What do they call it? Oh yeah. So if that thing was a rangefinder, they probably would have made something like this. So in a lot of modern military optics, what you have is a like rudimentary rangefinder. So your average male height is about 5'8" to 5'10". You put this over somebody's body to estimate, their height. If it lines up roughly, then you have your range. So somebody who's 5'10" at 400 yards would fit into this line. They'd probably make something similar, where, rather than it being like an actual optic, they'd probably notch out something,
The theories that describe it as some kind of measuring device, simply because they were also differently sized. But there are many different measuring device theories around this, including the theory that it's a planting calendar. So let's say you want to know the best time in your region to plant winter grain, right? You need to know what day it is. So some have speculated that the dodecahedron is a kind of sundial calendar that you can tell what day it is. There's a whole website called romandodecahedron.com that explains how you can work out the dates by using the dodecahedron, including from specific locations where they were found. They say to start by placing it on a horizontal plate at high noon and then measure the...
This sounds like horseshit.
I see Frank has uploaded a new vid. Looks like he is celebrating more animal killing.
Yeah, we're gonna watch the Frank vid next. Thanks for the donation, James. Do you think reverse curl adds much to biceps forearms if you're already doing supinated and hammer curls and wrist curls? Find it hurts my wrist sometimes. It feels a bit awkward as well. Apparently, reverse curls activate the brachioradialis far more than hammer curls do. So I've actually been adding them to my routine. I haven't been doing it for long enough to really be able to tell you if it makes a difference, but yeah, apparently based on EMG data, it's far better for brachioradialis development. Do you know where I can get a budget hip thrust machine? Well, depends on what you mean by budget. You can find quite a lot of Chinese-made hip thrust machines that are under 1,000 USD. So there's quite a lot. I think GMW or GMDW, something like that. GMDW Fitness, yeah. Let me see, lower body. Hip machine. Yeah, 600 USD. From what I've heard, these are pretty decent. They're certainly a lot more easy to set up and convenient than setting up a barbell. There's also ones you can get that use a strap rather than the like foam roller, so you might find that more comfortable. But you're not gonna find one for like $100 or $200 on Amazon. You're looking at like under 1,000 USD. That's what you mean by budget.
Sunbeam's angle relative to the plate using this formula, where 26.6 degrees is the angle through aligned dodecahedron holes, TG1 is the inverse tangent, A and B are the radii of the opposing holes, and D is the dodecahedron's diameter. Got all that? So you can get 6 different measurements because there's 6 different like pairs of holes, and then you can check the results using astronomy or a chart. Then you know the date. So it does take a little bit of work. It's another one of those whip out your abacus and do a little algebra thing, but it is a pretty precise way to get a date with just a simple tool in the sun. But like, why? You know what's also a pretty simple tool to keep track of the dates? A calendar, which they totally had. Yeah, the Julian calendar is what they used back then. It was named after Julius Caesar. It had been around for a few centuries by this point, and it's pretty damn close to what we use today. Now, the site argues against that, saying that planning dates vary for different regions, and that's true. But you only have to guess the right planning time once, right? And then after that, you can just write it down and use the calendar. I don't know, maybe the ancient world didn't work that way. Maybe Gallic officials didn't like the Julian calendar, or the Gallic farmers didn't trust it. Maybe it made sense for the specific patterns of weather that existed in Gaul and nowhere else. But again, if it's a measuring device, some markings would be helpful, and why weren't they found on farms instead of military camps and heiress tombs? You know a lot of rich women who are buried with planting calendars? This next one is actually pretty interesting. Might be my favorite, actually. There's a video by an Etsy shop owner named Amy Gaines, who makes adorable knit stuffed animals, by the way. But she came across a dodecahedron mystery, and apparently...
Holy shit, the Young Turks made a video about that Tarost attack.
Boulder police responding to calls of people being set on fire during a peaceful demonstration in support of Israeli hostages.
There's multiple demonstrators in Boulder, Colorado over the weekend. The individuals had gathered in, you know, these idiotic attacks happen. And I'm not sure if the attackers are under any assumption that this is going to have any impact on what's currently happening in the Middle East. But all it does is harm demonstrators who want to peacefully demonstrate in support of Palestinians.
You know, I notice every time they bring up these sorts of terrorist attacks, they never talk about how it's fundamentally wrong to do this. Like, oh my God, I can't believe somebody would do something so sick. They say it's harming the Palestinian movement. So they're not saying it's like wrong. They're just saying it doesn't help to achieve, you know, some stated objective. But they never disavow the actual actions themselves. Like, they're clearly just wacko, insane anti-Semites. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo. Yeah, I saw Anabolic Stick uploaded another video. I'm gonna react to it. Bro, Greg and Hussein just seem like insane fucking liars.
Looked at it once and seemed to know exactly what she was looking at. According to her knitting enhanced eyeballs, this thing is the perfect device for making a specific type of gold chain. Just so happens it's a technique known as, wait for it, Viking knitting. And this was in Northern Europe.
Yeah, I figured.
Go on. In her video, she uses a tapered dowel to fit through the holes of the dodecahedron, and then uses aluminum wire, which probably would have been gold in real life, and wraps it around and through the knobs on the device. And by repeating this looping down the dowel, you can create a loose metal chain. Then you can use the progressively smaller holes to pull the wire through and stretch it and make a tighter weave. She compares this to a modern-day draw plate. And as she shows in her video, it does work. And it works with yarn too. You can use it to make weave cords and maybe fingers for gloves. This is...
Yeah, I figured it would have to be something like that.
an interesting theory. It fits the need for all the different...
These attacks just happen, are you kidding me, Young Turks?
They're the reason why the attacks like that are happening. Fucking retards are watching their videos about how Jews are evil and they're Nazis and they're killing children, and then what do you expect people to do? What's funny is they actually inspired directly, and this is provable, they inspired a mass shooter who went out and killed a bunch of cops. They were running video after video after video. This is back when Jimmy Dore was still a member of the Young Turks. They kept having news segment after news segment about how police are deliberately going out and targeting black men and killing them. One of their viewers was a little mentally unhinged, and he had his own YouTube channel, and he was talking about how he kept watching the Young Turks, and they convinced him that police are out to kill black men. So he got it in his head that before they kill him, he's going to go out and kill them. And sure enough, he went out, shot a bunch of cops. He ended up getting killed himself. And then they copyright claimed his YouTube channel to hush the story that they encouraged a mass shooter. So they've done this before, and they've never taken any kind of accountability or responsibility for it. So yeah, thanks for the donation though, Dodo.
Sized holes, it explains the nubs, it makes sense regionally with the Viking weave thing, it explains why it was normally made out of bronze and copper, both harder metals than gold, it explains why they were buried with women, and maybe military guys use them to make chainmail? This checks so many boxes. The only thing that is keeping me from giving it 100% here is that it didn't show any signs of wear and tear, which I feel like it would have a lot of wear and tear if metal was being scraped against it all the time. Unless it was used with yarn, maybe. Although apparently, and this is another clue actually, a lot of the dodecahedrons were found with wax residue on them. And she suggests that that might have been like a kind of lubrication. But yeah, that's a pretty solid theory. I like that theory. Another theory is that it's a device to encode messages. Coder, decoder, if you will.
Be sure
That sounds stupid.
drink your Ovaltine. Ovaltine?
And you know what? I can see it. I mean, just looking at this, it looks like it's a kind of a cipher of some kind, like the different holes being different settings or something. Well, that's the exact idea that a guy named Matt Given had, and he came up with something that, like, I have no idea if this is right or not, but it's kind of brilliant. In a video he uploaded to YouTube, he shows how these different holes could be keys to a different circular cipher that lock into place with the corner knobs. You line up the inner cipher.
That doesn't make sense. Getting into strength training, can you point me in a good direction to figure out what type of workout plan I should follow? If you're a complete beginner, I'd recommend starting strength. Just follow that program. The only change you might want to make is just getting rid of what's it called? Power cleans. If you don't feel like doing them, you don't have to do the power cleans. But other than that, just follow starting strength. From there, you can try some other novice or intermediate programs if you stop progressing on starting strength. So, like Lyle McDonald, he's a good source of information. I think he has a few novice and intermediate programs. So, yeah, I'd just start from there.
Cipher with the outer cipher to find the code letter, and then you rotate the inner cipher one click after every word. Once you've got your message, you can seal it with wax inside this message holder, and then imprint the side of the dodecahedron that matches the right key. Then the guy who gets the message knows which circle to use by matching up his dodecahedron to the wax seal. Then he pops in the correct cipher, and now he's decoding the message. This explains why nobody ever talked about it, because it was secret military technology. This explains the wax residue, maybe even why it was made from valuable metals? Because military? This checks a lot of boxes. But not all of them. Doesn't explain why they were buried with rich women. And it doesn't account for the fact that they're all different sizes. Like, if this was something that was actually widely implemented across the Gallic-Roman military, that size would need to be standardized. Although technically for it to work, it only has to match up with 2 dodecahedrons. Only 2 of them have to be the same size. So I don't know, that might bring the objection down a little bit. As for why it was only used in the north and not all throughout Rome, I mean, I guess it's possible it's just something that was instituted by a Gallic-Roman general and it spread around those areas and just never quite caught on outside of there because it was too complicated or unnecessary. But maybe the biggest strike against this one is that it requires other pieces for the code to work, like the ciphers and the message holders and all that stuff. And none of that's ever been found. Now, he makes the point that these other pieces probably would have been made from wood or parchment so they can be easily destroyed, like to keep them out of enemy hands and whatnot. That makes sense. And the ones that weren't destroyed, those materials would have decomposed a long time ago. So some might say that the lack of evidence is actually even more proof that it was a secret decoder thing. But having evidence would be better. So I think that one's interesting. I don't think it's the answer. I think it's a bit of reverse engineering on his part. But I will say I think it's a brilliant bit of reverse engineering. And if I ever do some kind of medieval fantasy novel that involves a military campaign, I am totally stealing that. Very clever work, sir. Very good. I applaud you. Anyway, debate this one down below. So those are some of my favorite ones, the ones I find most interesting anyway. There's a whole lot more. I can go through a few of them kind of rapid fire here. Like some have said that maybe it's a gauge for measuring things like sticks and tinder. Maybe it's the different size holes you can use to shape spears or tools with it. Maybe you could measure, like I said, tinder or like spaghetti. Some people talk about you could use it to measure different amounts of spaghetti. And I think any one of those things might work, but all of them, did they need a device to measure tinder? Did they even eat pasta in that part of the world? Was spaghetti even a thing back then? Also, do you know a lot of women that were buried with their pasta measurers? Another theory is that it might just be a candle holder, which, I mean, I guess. I don't have a candle, but I've got a pen. I mean, it would definitely work, and it's, it's a pretty stable platform, and really any cylindrical object could be placed in it, and maybe the different size holes would be able to match different types of candle sizes or whatever, so, I mean, it kind of works. But wouldn't we see a whole lot of them? And didn't they already have a much simpler solution for that? And do you know any women who've been buried with candle holders? Because they were sometimes found with coins, some people think that they might have been coin validators. Like back then, it was a lot easier to counterfeit coins, and it was actually fairly common for people to clip little bits of coin and melt it down and sell it. So the idea is that this was a device for merchants and tax collectors or whoever to essentially like authenticate the coins by making sure they fit the appropriate holes. Like that's a pretty good one, but it does have a fatal flaw, as my friend Stefan Milo pointed out in his recent video. He actually did a few videos on the dodecahedron recently. They're awesome. You should definitely go check them out if you like this topic. And actually, if you're not following Stefan Milo at all, like, what are you even doing? What are you doing? So he makes the point that when people clipped off the silver out of the coins, it was usually more like a chip instead of like grinding out the edge or whatever. It was really more of a chip that wouldn't really affect the shape, so that, you know, hole wouldn't really help. Plus, it would have to be standardized size holes across all the dodecahedrons, which they aren't. So another one I've seen a lot is that people think that maybe it was just like a demonstration of a metalworker's skill. It was a metalworker flex, basically. Mostly just because it's such a complicated piece to make and it would have required a lot of skill. It might have been like a calling card for tradespeople to prove their worth. This one, that feels like a stretch to me. I mean, I get it, but I feel like if that was the case, then it would actually be the metalworkers carrying them around, like just to show out their ability to try to get work or whatever. It'd be more like a calling card, like I said. And therefore, we would be finding it with, buried with metalworkers or around old trade centers where the metalworkers did their work and whatnot. But instead, we got military camps. And do you know any women who are buried with metalworker art? Someone suggested it's just like a bubble, like a random thing that you keep around your desk. Like I've got like a little squeaky toy here and this little thing that's like made up of different connectors, just something to just kind of play around with. It's a Roman fidget spinner, basically. Which I gotta say, I've had this, on my desk here for a while. It's not bad. Or, maybe something more distracting like a game or something related to gambling. But baubles, for lack of a better word, they're usually like cheap little doodads, and these were made out of valuable metals. So, also, do you know a lot of women who are buried with a game on them? I know I keep going back to that, but I feel like that's a really important thing. Like to bury something with somebody, that's...
Dodo donate $2. Yeah. That is absolutely diabolical. Islam, religion of genocide, pedophilia, rape, torture, persecution, incest, domestic abuse, child abuse, ethnic cleansing, crucifixion, stoning, beheading, dismembering. Yep. Goddamn right. Debate.
Hey, what's good, guys? Today we are...
Couldn't give two fucking shits about him. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Kid Boo donate $2, the most based white dude I've ever seen. This is how you talk to dumb bitches. Let me see.
Tell me if I got like really fat or...
You guys you're not built like us. Guys can say to each other and guys are like, yeah, you know what? You're right. I gotta get my shit together. And women are just weak. So you say something, women are fragile. And here's they're also, no.
Stupid.
Well, here's the thing. There's a lot of truth to that. Women are...
Oh my God.
Women are weaker and dumber than men.
Weaker and dumb or emotionally intelligent?
No. Women, in a lot of ways, you could just say women are pathetic. And so when you have to speak honestly, you have to talk to a woman like you would a child. Hey,
it's literally true. If you ever tell a woman the straight up truth, they get offended and start whining and crying like a little baby. You literally have to talk to them like children to make sure they don't get offended.
Sugar and a lot of carbs, they actually aren't that good for you. Unless you're going to expend a lot of energy. I think I might get into some tuna. Something like that. Something like that.
I hate you so much.
But it's not your fault. It's really just being a woman.
Okay, thank you. Bye now.
Follow masculine.
All right. Well, thanks for the donation, Kid Boo. Dodo donate $2. Do you think Hezbollah pager attack or the spiderweb drone attack by Ukraine was more impressive? I think the pager attack. I think the drones, because more total damage was done to a stronger enemy. Well, I have no idea what the... Oh my god. The pager attack, I think, is more impressive because, one, they actually injured and killed human beings with that pager attack in, like, pretty horrific ways. Like, they permanently blinded A lot of them, some of them had their genitals blown off. So, really, really horrific, life-changing injuries. And just the amount of work they had to do to set that whole scheme up and the amount of time they waited for the perfect opportunity, I think the pager attack was way more diabolical. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo.
I work a warehouse type job. Today I told my supervisor I won't be doing any extra work to lessen the work on my coworkers, which I've been doing for months. She got offended and gave me the silent treatment SMH. Within 1.5 years I got $1.50 raise. Fuck em.
Bro, that's what they all try to do, especially if you don't work for a union where they can just play stupid fucking games. Rather than paying the most productive employees more, they'll just try to get you to do more work for the same price. Or like make up for anyone else's shortcomings, and then they won't pay you more. It's retarded. There's never any reason to do more than the bare minimum. If they want more than the bare minimum, then they can fucking pay you more. It's fucking just gay. Thanks for the donation, though, Raccoon City. Imagine if there was a city of raccoons.
Wait till he says rape is good. Milk Jar will always be my favorite nutcase carnivore. The crazy shit he said was so funny, because he said it with such conviction, like he made sense.
It's so funny. It's like such a circular argument because you just don't understand.
Would be unnatural.
You just don't understand what's being said to
Like,
you.
can you even define natural?
That's a huge confusing topic right there.
To me, what's natural is anything that occurred before money existed. That's my personal definition of natural.
Okay, so rape is good.
Yes.
Genocide is good.
So are you?
There was no genocide before money existed.
Yeah, there were. Sure, there were.
What?
Whoa, that's an intense claim.
Like that wouldn't have even been that long ago. Like people used the barter system.
I mean, I'd also just point out that, like, look, we can get into these.
Yeah. Pretty dumb. Thanks for the donation, Axel. Dodo donate $2. Old Gaza City before the arrival of land snatchers. Zoom in. That Shuck Hacker Mel in Tel Aviv. Fuck you, Nazi Zionist garbage. What a fucking retard.
Oh my god.
Seemed like he got a little upset.
Sir, may I ask you your stance on Palestine? This guy's eyes is what brought me here. He looked like he saw a ghost. Sir, can we ask everybody's stance on Palestine, please? Any? No, we like that. You guys are from Palestine? Where are you from? You're from Iran? Where are you from? Where are you from? Iran? So what the F do you have to do with Palestine, brother? Oh, Sanana.
I'd probably ruin that guy's day.
I used to rule the world. Seas would rise when I gave the word.
Gay. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
That's a very personal thing. You know, that's a part of that person's identity. And a lot of these just don't rise to that. But I think that's why a lot of people think that this must have some kind of like religious significance. And I know that's kind of a cliche when you talk about archaeology. Anything we don't understand must have some deep spiritual significance. We tend to ascribe that to everything. But in this case, I mean, I think there's an argument to be made there. You know, it may have symbolized a deity or offered protection to a person who carried it like a rosary or a crucifix today. Of course, that feels like something that would have been talked about or written about somewhere. I kind of like the idea that it was just like a trend. You know, like it was just a valuable thing that everybody decided was valuable for that one hot minute there because they all wanted it and decided it was valuable, and people spent obscene amounts of money on it even though it served no useful purpose whatsoever. The only thing is it's kind of hard to find examples of that, like in the modern world, you know? Outside of like Stanley Cups and fidget spinners and hoverboards and razor scooters and Beanie Babies, Tamagotchi, Furbies, Tickle Me Elmo, Pogs, Rubik's Cube, Pet Rocks, Mood Rings, hula hoops, slinkies, bird hats, pineapples, and the Dutch tulip craze. I mean, it seems to be a thing that we do. So why wouldn't they? And before you say, but has anybody been buried with a Beanie Baby? I would say yes, I think a lot of Beanie Babies got buried at the height of that craze, because at the time they had a personal significance to that person that was a thing of value. So my best guess, as an uneducated, not archaeologist person, is that it was a status symbol. Like literally a symbol of status. It was something that a people of a privileged class of society and elite...
Wait, Prismo is dead? WTF, when did he die? What happened to Jasmine? I'm senile and confused.
Alright, well, thanks for the donation, Axel.
Group or family. Something that they could carry around to show how important they were, get special treatment or special access or whatever. It was like a social password to get you what you want. You know, you go up to the club, the door guy won't let you in, and you're just like...
My day was fine. I couldn't really sleep last night, so I tried training even though my neck hurt. I got a good workout in. Then I was finally able to sleep in the afternoon, and then, I just adjusted the chain on my V-Strom. And now I am streaming.
This would explain why it was found with coins, why it was found with wealthy women. I think it works with the military encampments because there were hierarchies there. It would separate the officers from the lower status people. It explains why it was made out of valuable metals. And if it really was like a local social elite thing, then that might explain why it was only in one part of the Roman Empire, you know, hence the regionalization. It's not perfect, but I don't know. It's my best guess. But Joe, what about the icosahedron? Oh yeah. Ah yes, there was one object that was different from all the others. They call it the icosahedron because it has 20 sides instead of 12, a D&D player's dream. And it has holes in it, but it's not holes like this. It's like tiny little holes, and they were highly decorated.
But Muskred Dish Zonkard and Tillers, what is your P-Doom? Chance of AI destroying us. Are you Mike Isertel, pilled and hopeful of AI utopia? I don't know what the hell you mean by P-Doom. I think there's a low likelihood of AI destroying humanity. So far, technology, for the most part, has made the world better. There might have been difficult transition periods and societal adjustments, but all technology so far has made the world better, so I'm assuming that's probably also going to be the case with AI. Thanks for the donation, dude. Do you do your reverse curls with a straight bar, easy curl bar, or dumbbells? Just with a normal barbell.
Nigga, you're boring. No wonder girls let themselves go once they're with you for a while. What's the point for them to care about you and continue to want you like they did in the beginning? You're a boring ass nigga and useless.
Well, you can't call me boring when you won't even do anal. Thanks for the donation, 21st.
So other YouTubers whose videos I watched about this, some of whom I admire highly, they place a lot of emphasis in stock on the icosahedron. They treat it like it's an important clue. They suggest that any theory kind of has to account for the icosahedron. I think I disagree with this. So unlike the dodecahedron, which they found hundreds of, there's only one of the icosahedrons ever found. And I had to double and triple check this before I said it, because I wasn't quite sure. But yeah, there was only one that was ever found. It was near Arlof in Germany, and it currently resides at the Rheinischen Landesmuseum in Bonn. I am happy to chalk this one up as just being someone's artwork. Like, art was definitely a thing back then. The metal workers were creative people. I can easily accept that one of them just had a crazy idea and did it. You know, we spend so much time trying to apply like deep significance to every archaeological find that we come across, and I think it's important to remember that we're humans, and sometimes we do things just to do them. Whatever the dodecahedron was, there was a time and place in history where this thing was totally understood. And the fact that it's a big mystery to us would
just grip the bar wherever it feels comfortable. I think I grip it roughly the same place I'd grip a normal barbell curl. Dodo Donatillers, he makes a good point. Americans are too stupid for democracy, but if it's not what he thinks it's the MAGA, that's too dumb for it.
It has the ear of some of Washington's most powerful people. CNN's Hadass Gold has more.
Hi, Hadass. Nice to meet you. Thanks so much.
Courts. Obviously, I'm not the secret mastermind of the Trump-Vance administration.
You're not? I thought
is, absolutely necessary to run any integrated system efficiently. You could probably put any of the Fortune 500 CEOs in and say, okay, you're in charge of the executive branch, fix this. They'd probably do fine. They wouldn't be Hitler or Stalin. And he's got some powerful people listening.
I think you're pretty far out in a way that is worth thinking about.
There's this guy, Curtis Yarvin, who's written about some of these things.
A way of basically holding the sovereign CEO accountable.
But not every single person should have a vote.
I have 4 beautiful children. None of them have a vote. Experts in democracy, like Harvard professor Daniel Allen, who... Governing a country is just a...
There would be huge practical issues, probably bigger practical issues, if you just allowed a CEO to run the country compared to an elected official. The types of people who are going to become CEOs, they're much more likely to be psychopaths and self-interested. So I don't know why you'd want that type of person. They might be fairly smart, creative, stuff like that, have good ideas, but in terms of the type of character that you'd want to run the country, it's probably worse than the system we have now. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
probably be hilarious to them.
He doesn't know how to use the 3 seashells.
Yeah, that's probably what this is. It's how the gulls wipe themselves. You know, when ladies invade themselves, it kind of makes you wonder, like, what things do we use every day that will be mysterious and weird 2,000 years from now? There's a great book from 1979. It's called The Motel of the Mysteries. It's about a guy in the year 4022 who discovers a motel, and he doesn't know what it is. So he does that thing where he assigns deep spiritual meaning to everything in the motel room, even calling the toilet seat like a sacred collar that was worn by the high priest at funerals. It's a delightfully inventive book, but it also makes you think about, like, how much context gets lost at time. Like, seriously, take a minute, wherever you are, as you're watching this, just look around you at all the stuff around you and try to imagine what somebody from the far future, or an alien for that matter, like, what would they think this is used for? Like,
did you see Puss in Booth's The Last Wish? It was cool visually, but something about the story was a bit lackluster. I liked the wolf who played Death, but he was a bit undercooked too. Do you like the Shrek series?
I have not seen Puss in Boots. I also haven't seen Shrek 3. I liked the first 2 Shrek movies, They're alright. Thanks for the donation, though, Zib. Yeah, someone from the future is gonna find a PlayStation controller, think it's a sex toy. Oh, well, these 2 protruding things here are for putting in your butt, and then you can have a partner also put it up their butt, and it vibrates so that it has a vibration function. And these twiddly things here are for your nipples. It's probably what's going to happen.
so much of our world is based on shared understanding. And a lot breaks down when that's lost. Anyway, to close this out, you might have some theories of your own about this thing. Please do share them down in the comments. You might have an idea that, you could totally test out if you had one. Well, you want one? So you see me playing around with this replica throughout this video. Well, we made this ourselves. We can make one for you if you want. In fact, just put the QR code on the screen here. This is our next merch drop. A replica
Whoa. Jesus Christ. The frog eyes.
Matan even name drops Big Lenny in podcast with the Trent wins.
I'm just gonna make sure that there's no porn in here.
Do you think Big Lenny had the most aesthetic abs of all time?
Big Lenny?
Big Lenny.
Who the fuck is Big Lenny?
You don't know him?
No.
Oh, well, I guess then there's nowhere to go with that question.
Well, I can look him up. You, know
You could look him up. He actually died, unfortunately.
Big Lenny. Oh, what are you doing?
Surprised
want
they're
those.
not piss troopers.
Oh, what did you want?
What was the question again? Because he's a fat fucking slob.
No, he died.
He died.
Unfortunately, but he has the
He's
most...
got one of the worst physiques I've ever
He had
seen.
one of the most aesthetic abs of all time.
That shit's subjective, so it's just like...
You
ass
don't
and
agree
tits.
with that?
No, I don't fucking agree.
I kind of hate that guy. Thanks for the donation, Mr. Krabs.
Don't get me started on Yarvin. He used to write under a pseudonym and theorized about cool post-liberal techno-government structures you'd have in a Star Wars universe, was thoughtful. Now he writes like a Marxist airhead and justifies populism's excesses.
I don't know anything about him, but... sounds like a retarded idea. Thanks for the donation, retard. Yeah, Frank is still very clearly cockeyed.
What's up, guys? The Frog Pirate
I don't know how the hell he walks around without bumping into things.
is back for the weekly vlog, and you guys know I'm completely over it. It's just, if I don't do these vlogs and show the business and the products, you know, the sales suffer, and therefore, you know, when my Amish farmers call me up and ask how much of this do you need this week, and I don't really need much, I feel kind of bad. So I'm gonna put myself in front of the camera in the meantime, so I do appreciate if you guys can support us. It's been getting bad. This is the first time ever I've sent out an email asking people for help. We just sent out an email saying, hey, we're under a lot of stress from these chargebacks. If you can help us out in any way, please do. If you guys want to place, by placing an order, if you can't, if you guys need a part-time job or you need some side income, just send me an email. I'll give you some flyers and you can pass them out around your town, around your grocery store, throw them on some cars, in front of your local Costco, whatever, just to help me out, and I will pay you guys for that. There's two ends of the spectrum. If you guys can afford to help me out and place an order, that's great. If not, if you need some income, let me know. I'll send you some flyers. We'll pay you hourly.
Oh my God.
How you doing?
I'm doing okay. Sex with men is rarely enjoyable. Gay dudes seem to be having a blast, so maybe it's not a men problem. That's true. It's funny how it's a fat chick who's saying that. Like anybody's fucking her. I'm not gay enough for the gays. My husband and I are at a friend's house to watch RuPaul's Drag Race. Everyone else is talking about some drag queen. I have no idea what's going on. I just smile and say work every few minutes. I've felt this way for decades. I've accepted my fate. I hope I'm never found out. All this just to fuck men. Well, thanks for the donation, Nut Muffin.
Can that good morning fella edit together a clip of the Trent twins talking about Big Lenny being fat and having the worst physique, but put pictures of Richie when he was bloated and make it about Richie instead of Big Lenny? That would be funny, and true.
I guess. Thanks for the donation, 21st.
lie in your arms isn't necessarily your boo, but also the furry clouded leopard. The clouded leopard is about 1 meter long. It has short and stocky limbs, wide paws, short
Oh my god, that's such a big kitty. Oh my god, look at those kitties.
and round ears. Its body color
Oh,
is
they're
golden
so
and covered
pretty.
with large dark cloud-shaped markings, so it's called the clouded leopard. Even though the word leopard is in its name, the clouded leopard has its own separate genus, Neophilus. It's regarded
I wonder how much vegan cat food they'd need to eat.
as a monotypic species that's kind of in between a cat and a leopard. The length of a clouded leopard's tail is almost the same as its body, which helps it keep
Oh my god, their tail is just like Gum Gum. Gum Gum also has a huge tail like that. There's Gum Gum. He's so handsome. Love my Gum Gum. Let me see. Yeah. Yeah, he has like the same kind of tail. Gum Gum actually has a huge ass fucking cat tail. I don't know what breed or mix he is, but he's built weird. He has this huge fucking thick tail. And he's just gigantic too. Like his paws and his arms and his head, like they're all so fucking huge.
which helps it keep its balance and makes it as spry as a squirrel. Their teeth are one of a kind. The upper canines are up to 4.5 centimeters long.
Wow.
Proportionally, the clouded leopard's upper canines top the list among felines. They're similar to those of the prehistoric extinct saber-toothed tiger. Baby clouded leopards are adorbs. They're just like kittens and sound like baby chicks when they meow. The one who may lie.
Oh my god. That'd be amazing. Hugging one of these guys.
Here's some delicious Joey for you. This is top shelf, Joey. How are you feeling today?
Feeling better. I couldn't sleep, partly because my neck was hurting so much. So I decided to pretend as though my neck didn't hurt, and I just worked out for like 4 or 5 hours, and my neck is feeling a lot better now. So.
Oh look,
Oh
there's so
wow.
much licking.
Oh
and
my
brotherly
god.
love. And Joey's
Oh.
getting the licking of his life.
Oh my god, look how sentient.
Look at him. Oh, he licks
Oh.
once. One lick to all Maui's
Oh my
lips.
god,
It's
they're
unfair.
friends.
Hi, I see you staring. Hi, I
Oh my god, he's looking right at you.
love you. Lick, 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 lick. Look at Maui's little paw around his
Oh.
brother. Yeah, I
Oh my god, he's so sentient.
know it was a good one, huh? He's all tired now.
Oh
I love you.
wow. That was amazing. Thanks for the donation, Ethan, now. Sid donated $2. Is there any other streamer with as many characters donating and typing in chat as you have? You have some very special characters. I don't know, man. I think we have a weird bunch of people here. Thanks for the donation, though, Sid.
And I can help you guys out, and you can help me out. So that's the major issue this week. The big launches we have that I haven't spoken about or even sent an email out about are the bargain beef box, which I was thinking about doing for a while. I wasn't sure if I could financially do it, but we did launch it. Right now there's 3 options. You can get ribeye, ground beef, or pet food in large or extra large boxes. So look on the website. Those are an additional 10%.
You should go see a doctor about your neck.
Well, they wouldn't do anything. I'd go to the hospital, then they'd just tell me to rest it. So they're not gonna do anything. It's feeling better today, you know, so it's been gradually getting better. So I'm not really too worried about it. Thanks for the donation though, James.
Discount from normally buying them. So if you put that box in your cart, It's already 10% off.
I sincerely believe liberals need to appropriate fascist aesthetics, glorify strength, pro-eugenics and extremely hawkish towards foreign adversaries like China and Russia. In a just world, pro-Russian American influencers would be censored and prosecuted.
Well, that's never gonna happen. The Democratic Party in the US especially is getting overrun by literal fucking communists. They call themselves progressives, but they're really just fucking communists. Thanks for the donation, retard.
We should all sign up to hand out flyers for Frank. He can ship the flyers and we can throw them away. Or recycling. Recycling would be better.
That would be funny. I was thinking of doing that and seeing if Frank would catch it, because if he could just give me money for doing nothing, that'd be funny. Thanks for the donation, McRalphie.
And then you can even put in an additional discount, which is crazy. So we by far have the best prices online. It's not even close. It's not even comparable. The reason we're able to do those bargain beef boxes is because that's exactly what fits in the box to maximum capacity. So if you order other stuff with it, it's kind of problematic. Then we have to send 2 different boxes. But as long as I guess we have that one box at that efficient price, that's good. Like you can't, like if you order a bargain beef box and like one thing, we're probably going to take some ribeyes or whatever out of the box and put the one thing in there. But if you order like our bargain beef box and then $200 worth of stuff separately.
Yeah. Twix sent Frank a cease and desist. That's why he switched it to Twinks.
That's okay on our end. We also have of course, you guys saw the video the other day. The cattle chips, potato chips are back in stock. You know, we've been selling potato chips, but this is the first time we've made them ourselves. And they're pretty good. We have some equipment that needs to be replaced, and we're going to do a few different things with the recipe. So that will transition over the next few months to a complete product that is I'm happier with. And yeah, I just like we made pizzas this week, so I'm excited to show.
What do you think of Madison Ivy? That sounds like a porn star name. I do not find her attractive. Yeah, do not find her attractive.
Show you guys the pizza. You know, turned out really great. Just like we did the frozen hamburgers and cheeseburgers that were delicious. We also have frozen pizza available now, made with the highest quality ingredients. Nothing even close to this online that has such good quality and tastes good too, because that's the most important thing. Does it taste good? And we're also planning on doing, like, you know how like Factor and these other meal service companies sell.
I think the company No Way makes the No Tricks bars.
Does Frank know what he is doing?
No, he's a retard. I don't think he has any clue what the fuck he's doing. He's just stupid. Thanks for the donation, James. These are fucking incredible. The No Tricks bars are fucking god tier. So if you want something that tastes like a Twix bar, I'd get this. Like, they're dope.
Sell meals. I looked at some numbers and I think I can sell like a grass-fed beef, rice, and bean meal for cheaper, or at least at the same price they're selling, with like twice as much food. Like I'm literally gonna put like 2 full cups of rice, 8 ounces of beef and beans, huge meal. It's gonna be like almost twice the size of what they give you at the same price. So we're gonna do.
Dodo $20. Why does Frank not just make it so you can't place an order if you have more than a bargain box in your cart? He is so stupid. He did this with some other thing before. Too, you may remember, also Democrat influencers are like Greta Thunberg, son. TYT weak people. Well, they're communists. Hassan, like, outright admits he's a communist, basically. But yeah. Even if they're not technically outright communists, they're useful idiots. So they're spreading communist propaganda without even realizing it, and they think it's just progressive, political bullshit. I'm pretty sure you need minimum orders on the website, and most people who are giving Frank chargebacks, I think they're charging back like $200-300 on their orders. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo. Dodo donated $2. What is it about pro-Palestine activists that make them look weak? They all just look physically weak. Like, think about Greta Thunberg and Code Pink and every Palestine march you've ever seen. They all look weak, especially when they have the keffiyeh. They're all left-wing. And people with more left-leaning beliefs are more likely to be women, for one thing, or just more feminine. It's just the way it is, and especially when you're talking about that particular group of people, only a beta bitch pussy retard would ever, support Palestine and be involved in shit like Code Pink. So yeah, you're only ever gonna see like bitches in these pro-Palestine rally. Just weak fucking skinny twink beta males. Or just a bunch of dumb women. And they all get their information from the same source too. It's all like TikTok horse shit. So women in particular are obsessed with TikTok and Instagram. So yeah, that's why you see that sort of crowd of people there. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo. Dodo donated $2. I like when Frank touches all the products with his dirty, disgusting hands and then he sells it to his stupid-ass fans like he touches the donuts on video or the potato chips the other day. He was touching the ones cooling with his dirty hands. Yeah, I know. And people still buy it. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
If Frank was the last man on Earth, he would still somehow find a way to blame it on the Jews, even though at that point they would not even be alive.
Yep.
What do you expect to happen once Greta reaches Gaza? Will she change her post neutrally at that, or is she just too stupid to live?
There's a few things that could happen. In all likelihood, what's probably going to happen is her ship is going to be intercepted by the US or Israelis and be forced to turn around. She may be detained and arrested because I don't know if she's technically traveling there illegally. Or their vessel may end up being misidentified as a Houthi vessel or something and then get shot at. Who knows? But she's a dumb fucking bitch. What would be kind of ironic and funny is if she actually were to go into Gaza and then just get like murdered by some Palestinian because they see her having like a gay pride flag or something. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo.
There is definitely a current of serious, rationalist center-left libs that reject the Sam Cedars and Hassan Pikers as of late. Progressives shit on Dems more than MAGA. The DNC wants to reach out to young men and take back patriotism. Commies will cry.
I'm not holding out hope. The Democratic Party just seems retarded, and they may be too infested with... you know, the pseudo-communist progressives, like AOC, the amount of times she's been on, like, Hassan Piker's streams and shit and defended him, I don't see her doing anything like that. Thanks for the donation, though, retard. Ashley Johansson, what the fuck could you possibly mean by Greta Thunberg being based? She's an absolute retard who doesn't know jack shit about climate change. And, secondly, she's an anti-Semite. She wants all the fucking Jews to be killed. So, what in the fuck exactly do you mean Greta's based?
Then suddenly it will be too late to change her postian.
Yeah, probably. We'll see. She's an idiot. Immediately after Israel secured the aid deal with the United States, she started rambling about how Gaza's being starved. Like, I could not fucking care less if she gets blown up or something, like her ship gets misidentified as like some terrorist vessel, or she gets killed by Palestinians in Gaza. Couldn't fucking care less. She's just worthless. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Yes, I have microplates, and yes, I use them. That's why I got them.
Do that soon. I got some rice cookers and stuff coming, but we haven't really done a vlog in a while, and there's definitely a lot of stuff to show you guys. So I want to start with the food first because that's like the most important. So we're here in the fridge. Our farmer actually hasn't sent us eggs in a week, so we have been able to kind of reduce the amount, and we're not as urgent to sell them. Here we have all the Amish baked goods. We have...
I hope Greta does make it to Gaza after all, because then ideally they will try her under Sharia law, and because she is bisexual she will be thrown from the highest height or whatever it says in the Quran, right? VG, what does it say again about that?
Yeah, what a fucking idiot. That'd be funny if Israel was based enough to just let her go into Gaza. Just let her go in. She can find out on her own. Hopefully it's live streamed. And then she can find out real fucking quick. She can start talking about queers for Palestine and how she's bisexual and like, oh, I support this cause because it's just like the gay and trans rights cause, and then she can get like fucking raped or killed or something. She can fuck around, find out. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
chocolate whoopies, which we probably have to throw out at this point. The thing that came in this week, we got a fresh batch of Oreo cookies, and I honestly want to.
No,
I
I've
want to
never
pound a
won
box
a
of these
Max
for
dumbbell
breakfast one
curls.
day with some coconut milk. Really, really special, unique products, guys, that no one else has. We have chocolate chip cookies there, custard donuts, apple donuts, regular plain glazed donuts. We got some pretzels, freshly baked. These are the apple fry pies, blueberry pies, apple pies. Oh, no.
Dude, I love how Frank is claiming this is health food.
Recent A+ poll on Dem preferences for next presidential primaries. Buttigieg is a perfect middle ground between modern liberal tolerance and cold rationalism. Not my ideal, but way better than AOC.
I don't know enough about Buttigieg, but I've heard he'd be a good, candidate pick. AOC is just a fucking retard. Like, way too naive and incompetent. I also fucking hate Gavin Newsom. That guy's a fucking cocksucker. So yeah, I'd probably just go with Buttigieg. Heard good things about him. Thanks for the donation, retard.
No, those are blueberry fry pies. Those are apple fry pies. Just really, really delicious, organic, egg and dairy-free baked goods that would take so much time to make yourself. And here we even have, this is icing that we send with the plain donuts, as well as the cinnamon rolls that are in the freezer. Over here is just all of our ham, prosciutto, and stuff, which can be better viewed in our merchandising fridge here. This is kind of a little bit of everything. So we have all of our raw cheeses here.
And what will Greta's last words ironically be before she dies?
I have no idea. I don't know what the hell she'd say. Probably just scream or something. She's an idiot. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Here, those are actually the beef tallow sticks. There's some mortadella. Down here, my guys have the two different Iberico hams and prosciutto. So we have the shoulder and the ham, the shoulder being cheaper. We have all the fresh milk, guys. Big discount on goat milk this week. If you guys want some goat milk, everything for the most part is in glass. We have all glass options for basically all of our cow and goat dairy products, unless you want like a larger amount of milk, which is in the half-gallon jug. Yeah, over here, guys, I actually made the apple pies myself this week to show my Amish buddies how it's done. So, not this week, but in maybe 2 or 3 weeks, we'll have these new apple pies for you guys, and we can compare them. This is
That looks fucking disgusting.
all the dairy we have for sale in here, the backup inventory. I don't really show you guys this stuff over here a lot, but
Dodo donatillers, this could be falafel, but seeing how much weight she gained recently and her simping for Palestine so much, which doesn't seem like a very vegan thing to do, I would say she is most likely veganish, as Bella Ramsey calls it. I mean, they do sell falafel. Who knows? Like, she's an idiot, so who the fuck knows? Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Like, especially now, there's, so much vegan junk food and shit you can eat.
we have the white tomatoes jarred whole, and then we have the white tomato sauce here. So this is actually what the frozen pizzas are made with. We made them with the white tomato sauce. I'm just gonna have to tear this open, I guess. Yeah. White tomato sauce, whole tomatoes. We still have this sitting in here, guys. This is our Sky High probiotic energy drink. I don't even know if I want to do a production run on this based on how this sold. because I think these are like $4.50 a bottle for high quality probiotic energy drink in glass. And honestly, compared to like, even if I get the price down to $3 in an aluminum can, like, I don't know. Like, maybe it's not as high demand as I thought it was. Some fresh raw butter comes in. A lot of you guys ask if you're claim like the butter's frozen. No, we don't. We don't put butter in the freezer. I guess we did get fresh beef this week.
Looks like Frank keeps his food well.
Not so sure about that. He tends to touch all of it with his disgusting, dirty hands. Thanks for the donation, though, James. Yeah, probiotics are a fucking scam. They have no benefit whatsoever.
I don't know why my guys didn't write down the inventory. Maybe I...
What are you doing, Gum Gum? Hmm? Gum Gum?
Missed it. That's not good. My guys had a little extra time today. We finally have the marrow cream back in stock. So if you guys are missing the bone marrow cream on Frankie's Naturals, it's finally back after a several month hiatus. So I'll take a quick look in the freezer. I didn't really brief myself this week, so the only thing I can talk to you guys about is how much money these refrigeration units or these freezer units are costing me. This one was completely out of gas, minus $2,000. That one was low on gas, minus $1,000. And these two over here are probably low on gas too. It all leaked out. Probably another $2,000 in 404 gas because I can't get a legit refrigeration guy in here. And this doesn't include the new equipment that I have to put in this year, which is a whole different catastrophe. But enough complaining, let's take a quick look around the fridge. So here we have all of our Iberico pork products, the highest quality pork in the world. Iberico bacon, our most popular product, and then we have the only non-Iberico pork we have, I think, is some Amish ground pork. I'm honestly not even sure what's left in the Amish pork share at this point, or if this is even listed. I hope it is. Yeah, that's the ground Iberico pork.
Does Frank actually get product from Amish farmers? Like, is there any evidence for this? I feel like he's saying this to obfuscate buying produce from some illegal and sketchy foreign black market. Produce from the Amish itself sounds dubious legally.
Yeah, as far as I know, I don't know of any way to verify it. He was also lying about, like, selling local meat. I remember he came on my stream one time, and we were arguing about it. He was shipping in beef from Australia, claiming it was local. And then I said, how are you claiming it's local when you're shipping it from Australia? And then he said, it's local to Australia. So he is a liar. Who the fuck knows? Thanks for the donation, retard. 4 years next month. Well, thanks for the support, Kenny. Appreciate it.
This some of the craziest shit I've ever seen.
Okay. This is Colin McGuire. He's from Bloomington, Illinois, currently under investigation for child pornography right now. Hit with a shit diaper. Officers are going to have to get some overtime.
Take your diaper off.
Don't know if I should show that on stream.
No, put a fresh one on. I'm not putting in my car.
Holy shit, literally.
I cannot fit into this. It's physically too small.
Pants on now.
Bloomington. He's in very deep shit right now, and he also has pending charges.
Well, I mean, he is a degenerate. Thanks for the donation, nigga.
That meat looks diseased.
Well, it is dead, rotting flesh, so it's not exactly health food. Thanks for the donation, James. Oh my god. Gum Gum jumped in a box. Oh, do you like your box, Gum Gum? Oh my goodness. Gum Gum. She had a good box. Oh, hey Gum Gum. Oh my god, cardboard boxes are amazing.
And you can see the Amish pork's a little lighter in color. I don't even remember we had this. I hope it's on the website. Wild boar. The rib chocks restocked this week. These came in this week, pork ribeye chops. Over here for our charcuterie, we have some Iberico sausages left. Beef hot dogs, collagen sausage, look pretty well stocked up. Way too much tri-tip for if you guys want to do some grilling. We got the tri-tip. I was actually going to make that into biltong if we can, but I don't know when that's going to happen. Here's all the ground beef. We got some pet food there. That's the high fat grind. What is that? That might not be any ground beef. Beef heart over here. That's ground beef fat. Ground chuck. I wonder if that's in stock. If I remember to restock it. Plenty of beef shanks. Finally got some veal brains in stock. I think that was last week. And we also restocked some beef liver this week. This is the leftover roast beef from the previous week. We actually have so much of this, guys. This stuff is being sold as a pet treat. So frozen roast beef, pet treat, and we have pet shoe bones as well. These are the...
That is super, super dangerous. You should never, ever let your animals eat a bone. They can end up getting sharp pieces of bone that perforate their stomach or intestines and kill them.
The bones without the marrow in them. Here's the Pillsbury style cinnamon rolls that you guys can cut and bake in the fridge, but cut and bake in the oven, but I think we might just bake these. I feel like people aren't ordering them, maybe because it's more work to make them. This is all our frozen seafood. Halibut, cod, salmon. Some more seafood over here, some scallops and shrimp. I want to take some shrimp home. I haven't had my carbonara in a while. Here's our quail. Over here we have some discounted steaks, some veal that who knows when we'll sell it. And over here is all like the bone stuff. We got like marrow butter, whole beef shanks, whole pipe cut marrow bones, canoe cut marrow bones. I think that's more canoe bones up there. And then over there we have...
Did Frank just say cattle tongues?
Yeah. He sells the most grossest, disgusting fucking shit. I don't know who the hell's buying this crap. Thanks for the donation, James.
The pipe cut marrow bones and then some whole bone and ribeye roast. What is that? Skirt steak, Wagyu skirt steak, some more Wagyu steaks here. Oh, speaking of Wagyu, big exciting announcement after we get out of the freezer. Here's our salmon caviar. I think we're running low. The sturgeon caviar is in the fridge. Some bavette steaks, flank steaks.
Make skit about Joe Rogan where he starts peddling brain supplement but can't pronounce basic words like carnitine, then starts to pimp carnivore, stands up to flex and shows bloated gut and an alien bursts through his stomach like Aliens movie. Destroy him.
I don't know if I have the special effects expertise to do something like that. Joe Rogan's kind of an old meme. I don't know if it's really worth making videos about him anymore. Thanks for the donation, though, green-pilled maxing.
More Wagyu ribeye, wild boar bacon. These are just some whole beef belly, whole briskets over here. We've been selling this as liverwurst, but I think I'm gonna start selling it as fresh pemmican because that's what it is. It's dried beef and fat. There's no liver in this, and it's much more affordable than our dried pemmican bars. And I think people will like this because it tastes a little better, it's more moist, and it's the same thing. So I'm gonna switch and sell this as fresh pemmican just like everyone else does. Those prime ribeyes look good. I wonder if I have them in stock though. I gotta get on top of the shit because I haven't been. Nice porterhouse steaks there. Man, those ribeye look good. Those should be prime. Yeah, whoever. I'm taking this home for me. No, I'm joking. We got plenty of those guys. We got plenty.
I have images of dismembered animals.
Yeah, it's a fucking shame Frank doesn't get chopped up into a steak. Thanks for the donation, James.
Some of these regular ribeyes look really good. Yeah, they look really good. Strip steaks.
They look terrible.
Bunch of beef fat, other stuff over here, short ribs. These look good. My guys did an excellent job with our new burger patty machine. We got best burger blend patties, and I think there's the regular 1 pound over there, I think, as well. Just or no, we might be sold out of the regular best burger blend. In regards to poultry, why do we have duck legs? My inventory must be way off. Oh my God, I gotta get in here more. I thought we only had ground duck, that's what's in stock, but it looks like I have to, oh my God, why is there so much duck breast? I'm a complete idiot. This is what happens when you're laying in bed on pain meds because you got your eyes gouged out 10 times. You don't get to stay on top of your business inventory. What is this? What is this? A whole fucking case of duck? I'm gonna flip my shit. Those are wings, right? What is this? Duck skin? Is that duck skin? Alright, I'm gonna have to come in here. The ground duck's in stock, but I gotta do a count on those legs and breasts and list them because I thought we were sold out. But I was excited that we were gonna restock duck next week, but apparently we already have some. Same with chicken. We've been trying to stay on top of the chicken because it's been selling out every week, but our poultry farmers are back in full production. And
I really hope Paul Saladino sues Frank into oblivion and then his business goes under.
there should be no more shortages on the corn and soy-free chicken, which I think we're like one of the only suppliers now that has corn and soy-free chicken online at a reasonably affordable price, because the next person is literally double what we charge. Over here is just some venison, really lean stuff. We just restocked the ground venison this week. I mean, this is...
Oi. Ignorant. Cunt. I've been asking in chat. Is Pierre's video next? Like fuck me VG, honestly I know moving your lips is such a struggle, but wow, and don't cry and have a bitch fit. No baby Richard, okay little baby Richardo. Is he okay? The BABY boo.
Yes, we're gonna watch Pierce Morgan next. Thanks for the donation, Bootycum.
This might be the leanest meat we have. Really lean stuff. Here's our fresh fruits and vegetables. I think these are the frozen fruits here. We have blueberries over there, some black...
When you were role-playing as Jasmine, being useless on your phone while streaming and not doing anything yesterday, you said the guy selling you a camera is stupid for giving you a price range. That's to make you feel like you're getting a good deal, sheep.
No. Thanks for the donation, 21st.
Blackberries, some strawberries, pineapple on the fruit end of things, even some mixed berries. Not too many vegetables. There's like broccoli, green beans, cauliflower, some mushrooms. This looks like, These are some vegetables that we just prepared for our stocks and stuff, like onions, so that, or that might actually be pork fat. I'm not sure what that, or it's, either way, a lot of the time, no, it must be vegetables because there's some more veg here. But what we do is we take this when we want to make our soups or stocks because we bought like a very large amount of organic vegetables at once. So by doing this, we can keep it really fresh and not have any waste. I think this is my beef testicle collection over here.
You remember the part in Watchmen when Rorschach throws the fryer oil on that prison thug? Imagine one of Frank's employees gets heated one day and does that to him. I don't think it's too far from reality since he disrespects people pretty much daily.
I really would like that to happen. That'd be nice. Thanks for the donation, Jackie.
And over here, we restocked some pork fat this week. Restocked a lot of pork fat. And there's some more beef glandulars over here, like the ovaries, thymus.
I've actually ordered Frank's cinnamon rolls, donuts and some other products that happen to be vegan on his store. Thanks for promoting him. I, and many others, wouldn't have given him money had you not promoted him. Very Dow-wise of you.
Adrenal glands, thyroid glands. Maybe one of my favorite sections over here. Ice cream and sorbet. The lemon sorbet that we made this time, guys, is really super special.
Dodo donators, well, Paris, Morgan. Be debating some pro-Palestine idiots tonight. Yes, we're gonna watch that next. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
The divine is angry with Frank. Thou shalt not kill includes the animals. I suspect his produce should be avoided.
Well, there is no God, Frank. Or, I mean, James. So, you know. But yes, his produce should be avoided. Thanks for the donation, James.
Special. It turned out how it's supposed to have been the whole time. And what's special about this is it's made with flextrose, organic glucose. So there's no fructose in this. It's amazing, it's high quality, it's delicious. I can't tell you how special this lemon sorbet product is and how no one else is making anything like this, let alone all of our ice creams. The chocolate swirl is by far the best one. And then when we sell the rest of these, they'll all be absolutely perfect and amazing. Here is our soup and stock. We sell a lot of collagen bone broth, and I actually did get some feedback. Someone said they really liked the tripe alla romana and how the jar was mostly just pure tripe. So keep in mind, when you buy this, you can probably add this to like a whole nother soup that has more vegetables and pasta and stuff in it, just because it's so rich in protein. How cool is that, guys? This kind of stuff gets me excited, doing these new really special products every day. Like, who else is gonna sell a burger that's higher quality and healthier and tastier than your local restaurant that you can buy online for an affordable price? Question is, where did they put my pizza? So here we have all our sourdough baked goods. Like here are some hamburger buns, which are very popular. They sell out very quickly. This is our regular sourdough loaves. We did a huge batch of plain bagels this week. So I'm glad you guys are buying some. I gotta actually bring some bagels home. Oh, these are the new Twix bars. So we have white chocolate macadamia Twix bars. You know, we did 3 layers instead of coating them. This turned out to be much easier. There's way too much chocolate on these. So we're gonna make the shortbread larger and chocolate smaller next time. But we have both white chocolate macadamia and regular Twinks bars. I can't say Twix. We're calling them Twinks bars because I got copyrighted because someone reported me to Mars.
That's great. That was me. Oh, that's so fucking hilarious. Dude, it's so funny. And like, he's complaining about it, admitting he committed intellectual property theft. But then he accuses everyone of stealing his intellectual property, like he's the biggest hypocrite.
Who owns Twix, but we have white chocolate macadamia Twinks bars and dark chocolate Twinks bars. Which
I love how he admitted it. It was so good.
Also, CDG, stop fucking asking VG to show his biceps. I don't wanna see them. VG don't want to show them. Just fucking calm the fuck down, okay? If you wanna having wank over him, do it in your house. So fucking annoying.
Alright, well thanks for the donation, Bootycum.
Skip to 1025. Anna says before this that this attack is extra bad cause they didn't attack hardcore Zionists or something. Thinks pro-Pali movement wants Palestinian state and not abolition of Israel.
Boulder 1025.
Is being used to essentially make phrases like Free Palestine taboo. So I'll give you a specific example. Just today, CNN's Dana Bash was interviewing a Democratic congressman by the name of Greg Landsman. He's from Ohio. And she asked him to connect the dots between the suspects behind recent anti-Semitic attacks in Boulder, Colorado and Washington, D.C., saying, you know, they seem to say the same phrases, as if every single person who uses a phrase indicating they want to free Palestine is going to carry out acts of violence. Obviously, the vast majority of individuals who believe that Palestinians should have their own state do not engage in violence, would never engage in violence, and see what's happening in the Middle East right now as a gross injustice of the rights, the humanitarian rights, and the right to self-determination for the Palestinian people. But the Democratic congressman said, yes, there's 3 phrases here that people should get to know better. One of them is the use of Zionism, and I believe he said, and Zionism is simply the idea of a Jewish self-determination. So anyone who says that they're against Zionism, connect the dots, may be a dangerous person. But then he goes on to say that phrases like Free Palestine are problematic. And then the third has to do with Free Palestine. If you believe that Israel is there and should not be there, the idea of Free Palestine means not peace for Palestinians, which this group was supporting, which I support and am working for. Free Palestine means getting rid of all the Jews.
Yes, that's what it means.
No, it doesn't mean that. It doesn't mean that. The vast majority of people who say Free Palestine want the Palestinian people to have their own state.
Yes, and they want to achieve that by eradicating Israel and all the Jews. So they're all anti-Semitic, Nazi fascists.
Something that was supposed to be granted to them already, but wasn't granted to them because of the Israeli government preventing it from happening.
No, they have been offered their own state many times, and they always reject the land for peace deals because of radical Islam. They don't want to be seen as, you know, collaborating or cucking to the Israeli state. Like, you can look at what happened to the current Syrian president. He's been trying to establish good diplomatic relations with the US and Israel. And all of these Muslim countries are calling him like a traitor to Islam. None of them will ever accept any fucking peace deal with Israel because of radical Islam. What a dumb bitch, dude. Young Turks are just cancer. Thanks for the donation, retard.
Looks like Frank has poor inventory control.
He's incompetent at literally everything, so yeah. You would assume that. Thanks for the donation, James.
you guys have been buying a lot of. And then we have my favorite, beef pot pie. I gotta take one of these home with me before my hands freeze. There are frozen pizzas. Frozen pizza. This is it's a white pizza, so white tomato sauce, very special. No one else has white tomato sauce. So it's technically a regular pizza. It's just the tomato sauce is white with a mix of our raw cheeses on the sourdough. Really delicious, really high quality, guys. They're basically sold out. We got to make more today or tomorrow. And these are just some muffins I had to actually test. maybe we'll have muffins in a week or two if we figure out the sourdough recipe. But for now, I'm gonna get out of this freezer before I get frostbite on my hands. The exciting announcement is that I have successfully sourced authentic, 100% Japanese Kobe Wagyu beef, which costs $15,000 a cow. Now, normally, I can buy a cow for a few $1,000s here in the States. But Japanese Wagyu, $15,000 for the whole cow. So I'm sure it's gonna, like, I'm sure once we break down the cuts, it's gonna be way more profitable doing it this way. But hopefully that comes in I think they slaughtered the cow this week. So they
Are Frank's size getting better? Please watch his vid till end. Also, which one do you like?
I don't really find her attractive. Yeah, I don't find her attractive either. Yeah, I don't find her attractive either. She sort of looks like a 12-year-old. Thanks for the donation, June.
should be sending it over within a week or two. And then we're basically gonna...
Yeah, fuck Frank, dude. Can't wait for his business to just fail. Oh, the amount of animals he kills, just a fucking monster.
have like the whole entire Wagyu beef broken down. We're gonna see how many pounds of each thing we get, but this is the stuff where if you Google Wagyu beef, they're charging $100 for an 8-ounce steak. So I'm excited that we're gonna be able to offer, the Wagyu we're offering right now is what most people sell. It's the more affordable American or Australian Wagyu. It's the more affordable stuff. This stuff is legit, authentic Japanese Wagyu. And this company that I was working with that had similar style of Wagyu was charging the same price as the Japanese stuff, which is why I stopped working with them. Like, I didn't want to pay Japanese Wagyu prices for, I think they're New Zealand or Australian based, but you know, they had really high marbling Wagyu. This stuff is grass-fed too, by the way. I forgot exactly, I think there's 7 or 8 verified Wagyu breeders. There's only like 8 farms that produce Wagyu beef. I looked them up, and after I looked at all 7 of them, this one was the only one that used high quality organic forage. So it's all grass-fed, all forage, authentic. Because normally when people think Japanese Wagyu, they're like, oh, they're giving those cows beer, those cows are grain-fed. No. Well, yes, that's right. In most cases they are, but no, the one I picked out...
That's not even true. Japanese Wagyu cows, they have a genetic mutation where they store way more intramuscular fat than normal. And they're fed a special diet. They feed them like olives and something else. So if they're grass-fed, like by the way Frank is making it out to seem like they're fed actual grass, then it's not real Wagyu.
Is the only guy that isn't doing that. So I'm really excited that in a few weeks we'll have that. I don't want to talk about it too much because it's not here yet, but yeah, I mean, I could complain about the refrigeration stuff in a little bit. So let's walk around inside here, walk around those, show those products, and then we'll go outside and complain. Yeah, I guess I'll try to showcase a lot of stuff this week, and then the next few vlogs will be a lot shorter. This vanilla honey doesn't really belong here. But that's like a vanilla extract. We got all our other like sea salt, high quality purified ocean salt. We got our mountain rose salt. The marrow oil is back in stock, ready for action. All the fats, lamb tallow, Iberico pork lard. I haven't actually tried this out. We had extra everything bagels. So we tried turning them into breadcrumbs, but don't know, guys. Do those look like usable breadcrumbs? If you guys order the seasoned breadcrumbs, let me know how they are. It looks like a panko almost. I got to take one home and try it. But over here we have like a bunch of artisanal products that are available on Frankie's Free Range Foods. I love these artichokes. Maybe we'll do an artichoke pizza for you guys soon. Rice Krispie treat bars, meat granola, beef jerky, dried beef, Best Bars vanilla chocolate, Crackdamia. We got quinoa crisp bars, pemmican over there, some more Best Bars up there. Just all of these products, guys, you can get on frankiesfreerangefoods.com. We actually got to try to fix the collagen crisp bar recipe so we can offer those again. And this is just the rest of the stuff on the foods website. I'm sure most of you guys are familiar with everything. Like those are the udon noodles I eat every night. We have the authentic 25-year aged balsamic at the lowest price online. But the new thing for this, guys, is we now have applesauce in travel pouches and applesauce in the jar, which I like because it's convenient if you don't have time to peel apples or fresh apples. This is good. This is second best. If you guys want these juices, maybe I can sell them, but glass breaks easily and the profit margin is really low. What I do like selling, though, is the Taste Nirvana coconut water, because that's very hard to get online. And a lot of stores nearby don't really sell them. And it's the only coconut water that actually tastes decent. So in addition to that Sky High organic energy drink we have in the fridge there, that's the probiotic bottled version, we also have a powder that you can use in the morning. This is on organsupplements.com. What's this? Healing Crystals Kefir Minerals. That's old news. So many products. This is just the raw macadamia nut butter. Are we actually running low on this? Oh my god, I only have another pallet to sell. Uh-oh. So here on Frankie's Naturals, I'm going to do a video probably this week, finally showing you guys all the products. But we did restock a few other new things. Like we have laundry detergent back in stock. This is completely new. These wool dryer balls that are actually reusable. I think they make the clothes. Has definitely gone down for these products with the economy and stuff. And since I'm shadow banned and censored, but we have everything's in stock. We got skull caps, masks, knapsacks for your baby. You know, sweats are black. I wear this stuff every day, guys. Always wearing this stuff.
Yeah, I mean, I did too many things all at once, guys, and this eye surgery really threw me off. Because a lot of this stuff I had planned out before I knew my eyes were ruined and that I had to spend all this money. But I got like a lot of restaurant equipment. I got so much money in restaurant equipment that I can't sell or liquidate because no one wants to buy it. Like I'm literally declaring bankruptcy probably in a week or two, and I can't liquidate my assets. Like I don't know what to do. So on that note, I do have a few trucks that need to be sold, but those are under my business, so it's a completely separate entity. So I guess I could show you guys these trucks. Over here in PA, they're not in too high demand because they're only two-wheel drive, but I thought they were a pretty good deal because they're very, very low mileage and they're older. So to basically sum it up, I bought these trucks at auction ranging from $4,500 to $6,000 each. I put between $1,000 and $2,000 into them, and now I'm basically just trying to sell them to break even because I thought it was a no-brainer, but I just want to get rid of these and never get involved in the car market again. So one we have, this is an 08 Dodge.
He said he... Wait.
Need to be sold, but those are under my business, so it's a completely separate entity. So I guess I could show you guys.
How much of his merchandise is overpriced?
Well, all of it. It's just junk that comes from China. Thanks for the donation, James.
Guys, these trucks. Over here in PA, they're not in too high demand because they're only two-wheel drive, but I thought they were a pretty good deal because they're very, very low mileage and they're older. So to basically sum it up, I bought these trucks at auction ranging from $4,500 to $6,000 each. This is
So he's lying. There's literally a sticker on the window saying $12.50. Why is there a sticker on the window saying $12.50? And then he said he bought them for $4,500. Is he insane? He didn't even take the fucking sticker off from the auction. So he got these for nothing, $1,200, and it's probably because they're fucking junk. It literally says $12.50 on the fucking window sticker. And then he's saying he bought it for $4,500. Then why is there $12.50? Like, what?
An 08 Dodge Dakota. This might actually be the nicest truck. 08 Dodge Dakota, 20,000 miles, unheard of. This is like...
Wait, it says 12,000. Oh, 12,500.
The interior is in such nice condition. I don't really... You know what? Let me flip my camera around for... These trucks have been cleaned and 100% mechanically repaired.
So why does he have 12 like maybe he's trying to sell it for that price?
So this truck is the nicest one. That's why I put it for $12,500. That's what I personally think it's worth, because if you want a truck like this new, you're paying 50, 60 grand. But I'd probably go down to, I don't know, I'd probably go down a little bit if I had to. I don't really want to though, because this is a beautiful, maybe it's not beautiful anymore after I bang up the door, but for a 15-year-old car.
Dude, Frank is just so fucking retarded. Like, you just can't get any fucking dumber than this. He could have edited this out too, like him smashing the fucking door on something. Why did he why would you smash the door and chip the paint and dent it and leave that in the fucking video?
Look at this interior. It's like a new car. It's new.
No.
It's crazy. It's like a half cab. It has the back seats. Really, really immaculate condition. V8 engine. The whole car, I mean, it's beautiful for how old it is. You know, you got a toolbox back here. So for me, for 12 grand, 20,000 miles on it, unheard of. Basically, this company like never drove their trucks, so this one's really, really nice. I like it. This we have, I have two Chevy Silverados. One's a 1500, one's a 2500. Again, guys, none of these are four-wheel drive. If they were, they would have been sold for twice the price already. So this one's, I think, is the 1500. It's a little, but these two, I think, are around 50,000 miles each. So interior on this one, you know, tear in the seat, but it's not in that bad shape. But I think one of these is 50,000 and one of these is 60,000 miles. So I might have to go down a bit on these trucks just to break even on them. I think I probably need around 8,500 or 9,000 each to break even on these. I think the 2,500 is a lot nicer though. Like this 1,500 is kind of beat up a little bit, but this 2,500 is in a bit better condition. No toolbox, but I think the interior was a bit nicer. Oh no, this is beautiful. Just a little tear on the seat there, and this is pretty nice. This is pretty nice. Again, guys, all of these trucks they've been cleaned, taken to a mechanic. There's hypothetically nothing wrong with them. So this is one of the Chevy Colorados. There's another one over there, and I already sold one. But these Colorados, I think both have around 30,000 miles. I think one of them has 20,000 miles, one of them has 30. I believe this one has 20.
Even now donated $5. All right, well, thank you for that, Viva Mao. Appreciate it.
Frank is a faggot, but I would still rail him all the same, lol. Thoughts?
No, I don't want AIDS. Thanks for the donation, Satanabolic.
And this one has the nicest interior. There's like nothing wrong with the seats. There's no tear in the seats. The interior is in beautiful condition. I saw another Colorado in similar condition like this. The exterior was pristine though. The exterior was perfect and it was like 13 grand. So I think for around 10, this is like an amazing deal, but I can't sell them. Maybe I just have to list them more. This Chevy Express van, I should have no problem selling, but I just have to probably go down a little in price. This is like a work truck. It has like a setup in the van for like a refrigeration guy or a plumber or a electrician. It's locked. Let me see if the front's unlocked. So this is like 50,000 miles, but I already had offers of like 10 grand on this because it's got a nice setup in the back here. Cleans it all up, really nice, clean in the back, nice in the front. Work van, you know, this will take you to 250,000 miles. There's only 50,000 miles on this, but I don't think I'll have any problem selling that. The other Colorado, this one, the interior is not nice, but we had to put 2 tires on this. Actually, I'm actually going to lose money on this. I think I'm like in this one for 12 grand, so I'm kind of screwed. But this Colorado has new tires, slightly worse interior, and this one is everything. I guess that's everything, guys. So I got 2 Colorado.
Why did he buy all these vehicles?
Because he's stupid and he thought he could flip them for a profit. He's pretty dumb. Thanks for the donation, James.
Silverados, 2 Silverados, Dodge Dakota, and that van for sale. Yeah, so if you guys want to help me out and buy these cars so I can pay my bills, and to the scoundrel lawyer that is watching this to see that, oh, Frank has assets, you sued the wrong LLC. This is a new operating entity in Pennsylvania.
Oh my god, dude. Why does he keep saying that when he already lost the case via default judgment? You already lost. Him repeating that lie does not change anything. What a fucking idiot.
Pennsylvania, that is a separate business. So whatever assets are here or this business have nothing to do with your lawsuit. You can suck my long fucking dick, is all I have to say. That's the thing about businesses and business entities. He's suing my old business that we went out of business in New York. So if he wants anything to do with what I'm showing in this video, he has to file a new lawsuit.
So again, none of this is true. He's also using the same exact fucking website, same payment processor, everything. Like, he's just full of shit.
Suit against the correct business entity that is operating in Pennsylvania. And by the time you do that, I might be in a different state by then. Anyway, now luckily I was able to find a company that was able to finance the refrigeration equipment for me on like a 6-year loan. So we have these to put up in the meat room to keep it cold in the summer.
My God.
We have this evaporator for the freezer, a whole big set to put in the big freezer. And then we have new refrigeration units too. So our fridge has been failing because it's like 40 years old. So we're putting 2 new units in the fridge that are half the size of the current one, you know, just in case one fails, you have a backup. It's better to have 2 smaller units than 1 large unit. Then we have that huge unit to go in the freezer, which is overkill. We shouldn't need it. Our freezer already has enough refrigeration in it. It's just I'm so nervous with what happened in the past and these catastrophes that I'm going overkill on it, putting an extra unnecessary new unit in the freezer. And since we just had that insurance claim last year that put that other new unit in, technically, I mean, right now I have 1, 2, 3, I have 4 units operating in that freezer. We're gonna put in a fifth. Technically, that freezer would be fine on the 2 new units, let alone the 3 other older units that are still working in there. So that's definitely overkill on the freezer. The fridge is not overkill. The fridge is completely necessary, and honestly might not be a bad idea for me to spray foam that. The meat room was hooked up to the old grocery store, so we can't cool that anymore. We have to put that new stuff in to cool that. So that's completely new and necessary. But we're gonna fix the fridge first so I don't lose any product. We're gonna do the meat room next so it stays cold. And the freezer we might not do until next year. What's nice is that I was able to finance this refrigeration equipment. What's not nice is that I might not be able to afford to install it. I didn't think I was gonna get the financing, but they approved it, so I was like, yeah, sure. Send me $50,000 worth of refrigeration and I'll pay you $100 a month. No problem. But now the worry is if we lose power. The previous owner said, oh, I only lost power twice in all the 20 years I've been here. My luck.
I feel like Frank creates so many products just hoping one of them will go viral or something. He sells so much random shit. I guess if he grossed 5 mil he must have enough customers buying shit from him. The price on the truck with 20k miles isn't bad.
I think he probably has mental problems. He's not neurologically normal, and he might have ADHD or something, along with just retardation. I think he just throws shit at the wall, sees what sticks. Thanks for the donation, Queer. Even the donate tellers, when did Frank acquire that tattoo? What is it? It's a Freemason tattoo. He got it a few months ago. I don't know why he's getting all these shitty tattoos. It's not a good sign. As soon as somebody gets a shitty neck tattoo, you know their life is going to shit.
Look like Frank has fucked up priorities. How long has that HVAC stuff been sitting there?
I think he just got that in. If he has all these problems with his HVAC, I don't know why he'd buy a bunch of cars and crap like that rather than just fixing his HVAC. Like, nothing he does makes any sense. Thanks for the donation, though, James. And thanks for the donation, Leave Them Now.
We've lost power probably 10 times here already. The other day it happened, I was really nervous, like a power line got knocked out down the street with some weird thing fell off a roof. But we can't get a backup generator because that's crazy expensive. This guy was telling me to put in like a transfer switch for a backup generator on the building this size. You're talking like $50,000, $60,000. I'm just going to take out another credit card and get a reefer trailer as a backup. You know, so if the power does go out, we can fire up our reefer trailer and put all the meat in there. That's going to be our backup, which is going to cost like $8,000, which is, you know, I could buy 5 reefer trailers before getting a transfer switch. So, but basically, within the next month or two, I'm going to be stress-free because we'll have all new refrigeration units. We'll have new freezer unit. Nothing should fail. And then if the power does go out, I'll have a working reefer as a backup. So maybe remove some stress. But yeah, this refrigeration thing is a nightmare. I finally found a guy that I think is good, that's going to do a good job and can help me out. So we might actually have a refrigeration guy, no problems moving forward. But just like this unit that we charged, there was like, I think the guy forgot to tighten the valve on it, and $2,000 worth of gas leaked out. So because I'm continuing like to not be able to find an honest refrigeration guy, now I got to charge another $5,000 on my credit card just to fill up the gas that's missing in the current units, which is actually why my freezer was high temp last week. Every single unit was
I guess Frank is wealthier than we thought.
I don't know. He just keeps taking out loans. Think he's just up to his eyeballs in debt. Thanks for the donation, though, James.
Basically out of refrigerant. The new unit was a little low, and the 2 old units are basically out of refrigerant. They basically leaked out all the refrigerant. So I'm thinking, oh yeah, I got these 4 units running up there. We're all good. We're cooled down. Basically, only one of them was working because the other 2 were so low on charge. So this refrigeration thing is a real nightmare, and it's costing me a lot of money. It's, when you don't have a lot of capital up front to buy new things and have everything ready and anyway, I think this vlog is going to be like an hour long, so let me just wrap this up. We showed you guys a lot of stuff. If you go to frank-tufano.com, you can check out all the businesses. Frank, if any of you guys actually need any of those trucks, that would probably help me out and get me out of this hole I'm in. Actually, probably not. What would get me out of this hole I'm in is if I sold all the trucks outside and all this restaurant equipment in here, I'd be able to pay off my credit card. Yeah, to give you guys some context, we're about negative 300,000. So a lot of stuff went wrong over these past few months, unfortunately.
Dude.
If Frank ever disappears or deletes his channel, I'm unsubbing and blocking you. I can't live without his Ments.
Well, I'd be willing to accept that. Thanks for the donation, James Franco. He's $300,000 in debt, and that's just for his credit card? Or whatever lines of credit he has? Frank is a fucking moron, dude. It's absolute idiot.
And I don't know. If I sell all those trucks and I sell all this restaurant equipment, I think I'll be like halfway there to paying off that credit card. Otherwise, we're just going to have to declare bankruptcy, which we might be better off doing, because then the assets can just stay in the LLC. And if we're not able to liquidate them, we tried our best. Yeah, so if any of you guys need any of those vehicles, definitely let me know. I just feel like it's such a great deal, because even just trying to find any working used vehicle now, I feel like it's at least $6,000 or $7,000, because once you go below that, the cars are all high mileage, there's something wrong with them, transmission's blown, people really trying to scam you. And I think because of that, that's why I'm having a hard time selling this stuff, because they might look at my trucks and say, oh, that's a high price for an old truck, but these trucks are all mechanically fixed. They were taken to a mechanic, verified, everything had something wrong with it that needs to be fixed and replaced, all new batteries in them. I made sure that everything is checked and ready to go and good, like a legitimate, well, I don't even think legit car, car dealerships even do what I did with these vehicles. So, for 8, 9, 10, 11,000, for trucks with that low mileage, you buy, this truck should last years. That's why I thought they were such good deals. Like, hey, I can get a 20,000 mile truck for 10 grand. Compared to the current market, to me, that seemed crazy. So it's probably more of this area thing. I'm sure if I had these trucks listed in New York or in Florida or other places, they would have been long gone already, even though they're just 2-wheel drive. But thank you guys for joining. Definitely a lot of stuff going on this week.
Well, Frank's a retard. What's the latest Blaha meant? Is it on his channel?
Hey everybody, it's Jason Blaha here. Once again, it's time for my client Matthias's vlog. But a quick reminder, if you guys will please click like down below, it'd be greatly appreciated. If you're not following or subscribed, please do so. And if you will be kind enough to drop.
Dude, the people who hire Blaha as a coach must have serious mental problems.
Me from the gigs. We're having to cover from the tattoo session he just did. This dude presses 2 isolation movements, abs, and then he's our goal. We wanted a 200 kilo squat, and we've already hit ham raises, that or not, because realistically, you know, we.
One wonders if Frank has ever met with his CPA to review his yearly income statements, net earnings, accounts receivable and accounts payable.
Well, his tax documents are up to date. I'm assuming he has some kind of tax person. Thanks for the donation, James.
Hey everybody, it's Jason Blah here. Once again, it's time for my client Ted's vlog, but a quick reminder, if you guys will please click like down below, it'd be greatly appreciated. What happens, he also did tell me in a message, he goes, I've really had a lot of fatigue, heavier than some plyometrics and other. So again, which again, I don't, I'm not doing them at the moment, I'm doing PPP on top of some of this. Hey everybody, it's Jason Blah. So this is really a medium grip, but that's in here. All right, pretty much same thing for.
I see he's getting much weaker.
Right? Can't do when I'm cutting because I'm doing all this. So backing over, I'm just going as high as my scapula allow.
Yeah, it looks like he's a lot weaker and he gained weight.
Again, it built. One thing my back needs to. Both of those, and it's right at 8. And that. So I'm just taking it all the way up as high as it goes, right about 12 reps, and then I couldn't get more. So 12 reps was 0 reps in reserve.
Yeah, he gained a lot of weight and he lost strength.
And I'm keeping these strict. And I know a lot of times
usually,
just stop. Like, no,
you gain weight, you get stronger, but
do some dumbbell curls.
I guess he can't afford steroids right now.
Palestinians out of Gaza. This is part of their grand design. What is it if not a crime?
So do you think he should be at The Hague? Omar accused his country of committing war crimes in damning remarks that made global headlines, and he joins me now. Ehud Omar, thank you very much indeed for joining me on Uncensored. You made some comments last week, which, as you know, generated a huge amount of attention. I happened to be in the Middle East at the time, and they were the main news item for several days. First of all, let me just ask you, what has the reaction been from where you sit now to what you...
It's on Hello Ruby.
So I don't think people understand. I'm 48. It's not like I've never had iced coffee. Oh, shit. Just hit a tree. Almost knocked myself out. Trying to read this phone in the sunlight. All right, so they got to trim those branches.
Hey, you guys asked.
Well, he's dumb.
Said. Have you been surprised? Not surprised?
Oh, I get mixed comments. There are many Israelis that call me, thank me, message me, thanking me for speaking up for them, for what they think and what they feel. And they are anxious that there will be a voice coming from Israel, which will be different from the voice of Ben Gvir and Smotrich and Netanyahu's and the group of thugs, which is now part of the Israeli cabinet. And I think that this is something which I consider to be very important, that the international community, guys everywhere that watch you, that watch other channels, will know that there are many Israelis that were absolutely in favor of the Israeli counteroffensive on the 7th of October, and since then for a long time, for good reasons, because Hamas murderers had to be reached out and eliminated, and we did a great job for almost 20 months. But the time has come to stop it, and this is the time. And the fact that the government continues this operation, when everyone knows that there is not any purpose that can be achieved by an expanded military operation, that Israeli soldiers are going to be killed, that we are going to lose the hostages, which is the primary, the most superior objective that there should be for us to save them, and that also non-involved Palestinians will be killed. This is something which is unacceptable, and this is what I try to say. And I hear the other voices coming from Israel as well. Of course, I'm criticized. The poison machine of Netanyahu is working day and night to oppose me and to slander me, which is expected. I'm not intimidated.
One of the sticks they use to beat you in terms of criticism is that, of course, you were convicted of receiving bribes, and you went to prison for that.
What does it have to do?
Well, no, I'm just saying that's one of the criticisms that people use against you this week has been why should
they use against me they use against me this all the time. I'm not going to run into this, certainly not at the time when the Israeli present Prime Minister of Israel, who is defended by some, is facing charges of bribe and whatnot for a court case which runs already for 4 or 5 years. So that has nothing to do with the question of whether or not we should continue the war now.
Yeah, just to be clear, it wasn't coming from me. I'm repeating what, as you know, it's been one of the criticisms that people have leveled at you to try and silence you. They say, well, why should we listen to this guy? What do you say to them?
Those who don't want to listen to me.
Yeah, I mean, if the guy's accepting bribes, he's clearly an untrustworthy person.
They can shut up the televisions or the radios or don't read my articles. The fact is that there is a demand precisely for this because people know that when I was Prime Minister, things were done in an entirely different way. I was never, by the way, indicted or even inquired about anything personal that I did at the time of Prime Ministership. So my record as Prime Minister is completely clean. And it will be a waste of time to even plunge into this kind of controversies. Those who don't want to listen to me, don't listen. Those who want to listen to me, and there are quite a few in Israel, and I believe overseas, I get reactions from across the world. After watching me, probably now even more after watching you with you, but at CNN, at ABC, at NBC, at other places, and they entirely sympathize with what I have to say.
When you say that Israel's forces are now committing war crimes, that's obviously a very serious charge. Do you believe that this will inevitably now end up in the International Criminal Courts at The Hague?
Well, again, up until recently, there was an international consensus that the Israeli operation was inevitable and acceptable and justified, and I entirely subscribe to this, as most of the Israelis did, for obvious reasons, because of what happened on the 7th of October and the continued consistent war of terror that was perpetrated by Hamas for years and years and years, which was culminated on the 7th of October by this mass killing of innocent people in their homes, in the living rooms, in the bedrooms, in the safe rooms, raping, butchering, beheading people, mothers, children, elderly people. The Israeli reaction was inevitable and acceptable. It was endorsed by the international leadership, Joe Biden, Rishi Sunak, President Macron, Chancellor Scholz, and so many others. But 20 months passed since then. Everything that can be achieved by a military operation has been achieved. And tens of thousands of Palestinians were killed. Probably a large number of them were fighters of Hamas, and they deserve the punishment, okay? But thousands were not. And now the question is, what else can we achieve by expanding the military operation which can justify the cost? The cost for us, the cost for the hostages, and the cost of non-involved Palestinians. And
So he's just arguing for a forever war where, oh, well, let's just let Hamas exist and then we'll let them do some big terror attack, then we'll launch a military operation. Then we'll back out, and then they'll attack us again, then, military operation, then back out. Like, it's just so ridiculous. The military objective is clearly to completely and utterly destroy Hamas and establish some sort of, secular, stable government in the area. Who knows who it's going to be? Could just be Israel indefinitely occupying, could be the United States taking control of the region, whatever. But this guy is actually suggesting, yeah, let's just have a forever war with Hamas.
Feeling is that we have come to a point where a leadership decision has to be made to stop it. And the majority of Israelis believe that Netanyahu carries on and wants to expand it, not because of any national interest that justifies it, but because of political considerations. What is it if not a crime?
Destroying Hamas isn't a political interest? They've been committing terror attacks for the last couple decades, and it's not a political interest to completely dismantle Hamas?
So do you think he should be at The Hague one day for this?
Look, there should be a voice. And if as a result of the fact that I was Prime Minister and I'm fairly well known in the international community, that people want to hear what I have to say, I have to say it, yes. I'm prepared, I'm ready to, I'm already in the middle of the heat, of those who oppose me. But I think I should do that.
Tax day has passed, but for millions of Americans, that's your tax. I don't know what your assessment would be, but it seems to me that Benjamin Netanyahu has been hijacked by some very right-wing people like Smodrix, Ben-Gvir and others in this cabinet, who have always spoken in a kind of genocidal language about their aspirations for what should happen in Gaza and to the Palestinian people. And that Netanyahu has been dragged, as you say, for personal motivational reasons to their way of thinking, because he knows the moment the war is over, then he will be held accountable for what happened on October the 7th. And secondly, he will be facing a corruption trial himself, as you said. So there's no motivation for him to end the war. And now it seems that the whole attitude from the Israeli government is being fueled and driven by these very right-wing people like Smotrich and Ben-Gvir, who really do want to see all the Palestinians out of Gaza.
They want to see the Palestinians out of Gaza in order to resettle there. They don't want to see them deported because they want to prepare the ground for a Trump Tower hotel, as maybe some interpreted statements of President Trump to mean.
Here's this like retarded communist bullshit about colonialism. I mean, what is the issue with colonialism and taking over a region? About half of Palestinian Arabs do not want Arabs running the region because they know it's just going to be massive. There's going to be massive amounts of corruption and everyone is going to stay poor and they're going to drag them into another war with Israel. So that's just what it is. The amount of corruption among all of these like Arab nations that are not democratic, it keeps everyone fucking poor. So if everyone's going to be worse off anyway, why wouldn't you choose the better option? You might not like it, like, oh, you know, I believe people should have self-determination. Well, if that results in them all being poor and dragged into another war with fucking Israel because they're run by Islamic jihadists, why would it not be preferable to have the like Trump Towers built in Gaza and have like some sort of non-corrupt government institution? It's just so stupid. Son Goku donated $2. I've really been trying to enhance my debate skills, so what I do is go on ChatGPT, pick a topic, ask the AI to do a mock debate with me, and make sure my arguments are sound and well-structured. This good practice. I mean, it's better than nothing. The one downside with using an AI is it's going to be relatively predictable and civil, whereas a debate with an actual human being, you're going to have very different sort of debates with a real human being. It's not always going to be civil. Human beings are like irrational, so they're going to end up like finding weird, sneaky ways to change the topic and everything. So you're better off debating actual human beings, but probably practicing with ChatGPT is better than nothing. Thanks for the donation, though, Son Goku.
They want it because they want to resettle there, and this is part of their grand design. They want to do the same in the West Bank. Already now, they are inspiring the Hilltop youth, which I call the atrocious youth, for almost daily attacks against Palestinians in the West Bank, Palestinian Arabs in the West Bank. And they are burning their groves, olive groves. They are burning their homes. They are taking people. They're killing people. This is totally obnoxious and something that can't be tolerated. And unfortunately, it's tolerated because the fact is that it continues. And in most cases, the ones that are arrested are the victim Palestinians, is not the Israeli attackers. And this is part of what I am campaigning against. Now, question that you have outlined is whether Bibi is captive by these guys. He's willingly captive. It's not something that he's fighting against, that he's trying to stop. He is willingly captive by these messianic, extreme fundamentalist right-wingers, supporters of Jewish terror, because it's true that this is probably the only escape he has from what awaits to him, but also because the fact is that for the last 15 years, Netanyahu was the guy that ignored the Palestinian Authority, which was a potential partner for peace negotiations, and was supporting Hamas, the financing of Hamas.
The Palestinian Authority will not make any peace negotiations. They reject every peace negotiation because, again, radical jihadist Islam and all the other Arab nations are going to call them traitors to Islam. None of them are ever willing to have any actual peace negotiations. So it's just ridiculous. Politicians in the West Bank will even tell you this. They'll never have any real peace negotiations with Israel because they know everyone's going to consider them traitors to Islam.
Hamas through Qatar, but with the agreement, support, and cooperation of the Prime Minister of Israel, was the thing that changed the balance in Gaza and allowed the Hamas to build a network of tunnels and infrastructure for war. So this has been the policy of the Prime Minister of Israel for a long time. Until the 7th of October, it could be argued that somehow there was not an evidence of what may be the terrible outcome of this policy. But after the 7th of October, I think a large number of Israelis understand.
So now he's making some conspiratorial claim that Netanyahu allowed Hamas to, like, make this military and everything so that he can invade Gaza later. Like, if that were the case, the amount of people working with him in his cabinet, somebody would have, like, talked about this. Like, this would have gotten out somehow. There's just... The likelihood of that being the case is just so fucking low, and it's nothing but speculation. Like, you've heard the same shit, from 9/11 truthers. Oh, they allowed 9/11 happen so that they could justify invading Afghanistan for X reason. Like, there's no evidence anyone allowed 9/11 to happen, just like how there's no evidence that, like, this is some grand scheme by the Netanyahu government to justify some incursion into Gaza.
What was the tragic consequences of this reckless, irresponsible, treacherous policy of the Israeli Prime Minister? And finally, I have to say on this point that it's true that
I'm playing Sifu. How come when I press block, it don't block? Well, there's a parry button. And blocking, I think the block button might be the same. But your block meter, like, you have a block meter, you can only block so many attacks, and I think you take chip damage.
that he is presently, because he's captive by the right-wing Messianic groups, and he still entertains a majority in parliament, he can carry on. But already now, according to all the polls that are run almost on a daily basis, the majority of the Israelis, not only that they don't support him, they don't trust his motivation. They say explicitly and loudly that they think that he prefers personal considerations over the national interest of the state of Israel. And that's precisely why people like me, in spite of the possible reactions by all kinds of oppositioners, are prepared to step up, come forward, and call it out by its name, because it's a time that the international community will know that there are different voices from Israel, the voices of compassion, the voices of compromise, the voices of peace, the voices of dignity, the voices of care for human lives, also when they are not Israeli human lives, but also non-involved Palestinians.
If you have any care or consideration for human life, the idea that you'd allow Hamas to still exist is just laughable. One, they're the ones who started this conflict, so blaming Israel for defending itself, which results in lives lost, that's Hamas's fault, not Israel's fault. Like, if somebody broke into my house, tried to kill me, and then I killed them, you can't blame me for killing them. Like, that, they're the ones who initiated the violence, and I was just protecting myself. Israel's in the same position. On top of that, Hamas murders its own civilians. They've killed thousands of their own civilians, either because of Islamic reasons, like if they're gay or they go against Islam in some way. Apostates get killed, gay people get killed, women who disobey fucking get killed. And then on top of that, for political reasons, if you are critical of the Hamas regime, you get killed. They kill all political dissenters. If they think you're an Israeli collaborator, you get killed. If they think you're an informant, you get killed. So they've killed thousands and thousands of their own fucking civilians. If you care so much about Palestinians, again, why wouldn't you be motivated to destroy Hamas? Leaving them in power would likely lead to more deaths in the long run than just destroying them now. And all the people who complain about kids dying, Hamas recruits children into their fucking military. Warrior Religion donated $2.
Yeah, I'm having to step out of the car. I can't step out the car, sir. Well, I'm a paraplegic. I got help getting in. Well, I'll help you getting out. Excuse me? I'm gonna help you get out. I don't think that's gonna happen, sir. Well, I do. I'm asking you, but I'm telling you.
Watch as this paraplegic man is pulled over by police officers, and what happens next is extremely disturbing.
What's the problem?
And the problem is that because your history, you might have a dog, you're free around the car. You have to be out of the car to do that.
I can't get out of the vehicle, sir.
Sir?
It would be a lawsuit if you put your hands on me for no reason, bro. I just told you I'm a paraplegic. I cannot get out.
I do not want to have to. I do not want to have to.
Can you call your white shirt, please?
I will.
If you pull me out of here, you better expect.
So here's the thing. I'm gonna pull you out, and then I'll call a white shirt. That's not an option. You're getting out of this car, so you can cooperate and get out of the car, or I will drag you out of the car.
The police officers lost patience and dragged the man out of his car by his arms.
I'm a paraplegic. These motherfuckers is doing me wrong.
The man filed a civil lawsuit and was awarded $125,000.
Yeah, cops are pretty stupid. Female officer gets scared of her reflection in the mirror and discharges her firearm. Oh my god, that's a new one.
No. There's a freaking mirror, bro.
Bro.
Turn that way. Fuck.
Dude. That is fucking unhinged. I hope she was fired.
Huh?
She shot at her own fucking reflection.
But we have to finish freaking clearing it.
That's what I said here.
I didn't.
Okay, bro. If she jumped at a fucking her own reflection and they still let her clear the house, are you kidding me?
Hear you say that.
What a liability.
Yeah, I didn't hit anything. There's a door right here. That just freaking scared me.
My god. Dude, that's worse than the cop discharging his firearm because of the acorn. Ow. Wow. It's her little puppies. Thanks for the donation, Warrior Religion.
Who won't do this, but should he resign?
Should have resigned long ago. He should resign any moment. He should resign now while we speak. I think the only contribution that he can make to the well-being of the state of Israel, and perhaps also across the board for the Jewish people, is for him not only to resign, but to disappear from the landscape of our political and public life.
Finally, obviously America still holds a lot of sway with Netanyahu and the Israeli government. Should Donald Trump be doing more to stop him? Is he the only person that can actually stop Netanyahu now?
Mr. Morgan, I have to say, I entirely agree with your judgment. And I want to add something. You know, it is entirely irrelevant what people may have thought about Trump as a president, whatever. I think that at this point, he is the voice of restraint and of reason. And the impression that I have, and I must say, I know all the previous presidents of the United States, I've known them for years. Him, I don't know, I haven't had any contact with him, ever. But he impresses me as the only guy at this point that can make a change of direction which will be enormously helpful to the real national interest of the state of Israel. He has to understand at this point that the most significant expression of support for the state of Israel and the Jewish people is by him summoning Netanyahu into the Oval Office, put him on a seat that Netanyahu likes very much, together with him in front of the cameras, and tell him, Netanyahu, enough is enough. He can do it, and it will be supported by the entire international community. President Macron, Prime Minister Starmer, Chancellor Merz, all the others, Prime Minister Carney from Canada, all of them already spelled it out. It's now time for President Trump, with the enormous power of persuasion that he possesses, to say to Netanyahu, that's all. Enough is enough for the good of the people of Israel, for the good of the chances for peace with the Palestinians.
Ehud Olmert, thank you very much indeed. I really appreciate you coming on Uncensored.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
We're listening to what Israel's former Prime Minister had to say. He was retired Lieutenant Colonel and former IDF spokesman, Jonathan Conricus, and the founder and CEO of the Young Turks, Cenk Uygur. Well, welcome to both of you.
Oh, dude, this is going to be AIDS.
Jonathan, we've talked a lot since October the 7th on this show, and I've always admired the fact that you come on and you will sometimes, to my eyes, defend the indefensible, but you give it a good go. Can you, in all conscience, defend what has been happening since the implementation, particularly of the blockade, which was effectively a sanctioned starvation program of many innocent Palestinians?
Yeah. Hello again, Piers. Nice to be on. I will, of course, answer that, but I think I would like, with your permission, to reflect on what Ehud Olmert said, because they're very grave accusations. And I think the most important part of his politically motivated accusations, which many Israelis probably would agree with some or other parts of it, but the substance of it, and basically his ticket to the show, is saying Israel is committing war crimes. And when you asked him what his evidence for this is and why he says such a grave thing, he brushed it by and he didn't substantiate it with everything. And I think that's worthy of pause. And if we want to be serious in the discussion here and not only have a internal Israeli political debate between two former political rivals, which is the context of Ehud Olmert and Netanyahu, then I think we have to be serious. And I clearly today believe that while the IDF for sure has made mistakes on the battlefield, categorically has not been conducting war crimes, and all the talk and hyperbole and nonsense and false claims and allegations and Hamas's media propaganda that we see up until this minute as we're speaking, I think are fueled not by the pursuit of truth and not by anything that is something that we should espouse to, but really motivated at trying to force Israel to its knees and to stop Israel from fighting and for Israel not to be able to defeat its enemy.
Studies show that strength training burns more fat than cardio alone and is critical for maintaining muscle mass and bone density as we age. Jacked Up Fitness has the perfect tool. You know, the full body fit jacked. That's what you have. If this was all coming from the pro-Palestinian lobby, then okay, fine, you could respond the way you just have. But you don't just have one former Israeli prime minister saying all this. You have two. You've got Ehud Barak as well, who's come out very powerfully denouncing what this government is doing. They're not even the same politics, the two Ehuds. So you've got two recent former prime ministers of Israel who are condemning, in the most strong language imaginable, what your
Appeal to authority fallacy.
country's government is doing. That is the problem. It's not outside voices.
I agree
It's not me. It's not Palestinians. It's not Chenko. I'm sure in a moment will respond in his normal, inimitable fashion. This is two former Israeli prime ministers.
Yes, these are two former Israeli prime ministers who have political vendettas against Netanyahu, which many Israelis share. I'll put myself out of the context of the political situation, but I will say this. These two people have also been campaigning against Netanyahu before the war and during the war. And I know from personal experience that nothing gets you a redder carpet in international media than an Israeli hoping and gladly bashing Israeli politics. I've seen it and experienced it myself, that the moment that I was willing to criticize Israeli government or the IDF on TV, red carpets and open doors everywhere. The moment that I indicated that, in fact, I was not going to be bashing Israeli politics and I was not going to slander the IDF or the Israeli government, whether I agree in whole or I don't agree with the Israeli government, or whether I feel that they represent me or not, but I wasn't going to criticize it on TV, then doors started closing. And I think that what Ehud Olmert is enjoying is that very warm embrace of the so-called international community, which is happy to have an Israeli of importance, critical of Israel, and to give him a point of view. And I think that is not entirely fair. And yes, there are points that Ehud Olmert and Barak are making that are valid. I, as an Israeli, have questions, and I am not happy with how long this war has been going on. I would have wanted for us to decide the war a long time ago, to have defeated Hamas a long time ago, to have started to distribute food and to do what we're doing now, to have done that half a year or a year ago. That would have hastened the demise of Hamas, that would have pulled the rug underneath the feet, and that would have alleviated civilian suffering in Gaza. And I think that is what we should have been doing. And my criticism to my government is, what took you so long? Why didn't we do this earlier? And why didn't you, Prime Minister and the Cabinet, create the conditions, the international conditions necessary to do this earlier? Why have my fellow countrymen been in Hamas?
When I had depression, I was on a bunch of different medications. I was on like I tried 2 or 3 different antipsychotics. So on like 3 or 4 different antidepressants. I can't remember all of them. I think the last antipsychotic I was on was Abilify. And I think I was on
My bussy is so goddamn fucking tight right now.
Alright, well, that's nice. Thanks for the donation, Renegon of Rage. And the last antidepressant I was on was an SSRI, but yeah, after the mushroom trip, I just stopped everything.
Captivity for more than 600 days. And I think there's a lot of criticism in Israel towards the decisions by the Israeli government, but I think that Ehud Olmert and Ehud Barak are politically motivated, and they should be taken into the context of political rivals of Netanyahu.
Okay, Cenk, you've been waiting very patiently, albeit your facial expressions have revealed you're not entirely agreeing with everything you've just heard, so over to you.
Yeah, of course what he's saying is total nonsense. I mean, if I understood him correctly, he said that he would have started starving the Palestinians a year and a half ago. What a humanitarian. All right, I agree completely with Ehud Olmert. I saw him in Europe a couple of months ago. He's actually working on a peace plan that I think is very, very workable and doable. They could probably get it done immediately if they actually wanted peace. And in fact, Olmert was also the only person who offered a real and decent peace plan back in 2008. So currently, the real question here, and you touched on it a little bit in your interview, Piers, but we really don't talk about it nearly enough, is what is the goal of the Israeli government? So the goal, I don't think, is just genocide for genocide's sake. They're doing the genocide and the ethnic cleansing to steal Gaza. So you can call it a different word. You can say acquisition, conquest, as they have in their Knesset and in their cabinet meetings. They say we're going to conquer Gaza. They have a map of greater Israel. And right now, by the way, they're in southern Lebanon and western Syria. So they keep attacking, conquering, killing, starving. And all the while, by the way, in the West, saying we're the victims.
Yes, they're starving them. That's why they made an aid deal with the US that provides more food and prevents Hamas from taking it all, right? They just love, like, all the buzzwords. No matter what happens, starvation, starvation, using starvation as a method of warfare. No matter what happens, no matter how much aid, they're just ideologues who will make up whatever nonsense about Israel.
I mean, look at all these Arab countries we invaded and took their land and subjugated their people for 58 straight years. But you see how we're the victims. And this brother over here is claiming that the red carpet rolls out for you if you criticize Israel. Well, brother, I got news for you. That's not what happens in America at all. You potentially get arrested, deported, canceled. Your job career prospects are nullified. And people like Bill Ackman proudly say, I have a blacklist of anyone who dared to oppose Israel, and I will make sure they never get a job on Wall Street. It's disgusting. It's the exact opposite of what he claims. And of course, if you ever dare to support innocent Palestinians, you'll get smeared in 8 different ways. And so, look, are they going to conquer Gaza and take it for themselves? And this was never about self-defense. Or are they, so worried about terrorism and they can't wait to get out and get to peace? No, get real. The Israeli government has no interest in peace. They have blocked every single ceasefire deal on the premise that, no, we will continue the war after the ceasefire. So, well, that makes no sense. Why would the other side, I want them to release the hostages. I think it's terrible what Hamas did on October 7th and terrible that they took hostages. But if you're being realistic, why would the other side say, yes, I'll give you the hostages back so that you could go back to murdering and slaughtering and conquering Gaza 60 days later? That makes no sense at all. So we have to resolve, and the Israeli government must be asked over and over again because they've already declared it publicly. What is it? So there's actually no question about it whatsoever. This is not a war of defense. This is a war of conquest. I didn't say that. The Israeli government said that. Okay. So let's call them out for who they are. They're an imperial empire who has done terrorism to seize land, and they've starved people to death. It's like the Germans going into the Sudetenland. Let's be honest about it for once in our lives.
Cenk is such a fucking lying retard. What a
Being with
bloated
creatine
windbag.
is America's #1. And its livers is PI up to 30% off. Yeah, I mean, Jonathan, I'll get you to respond, but when you look at what Smodrich said last week, that was on camera, the intent is crystal clear as far as he's concerned. And when I put to the Israeli ambassador to the UK in a very heated interview that we did last week, that he was effectively articulating a form of genocide, indisputably, because he wanted to clear out every Palestinian from Gaza and take it for Israel. She emphatically denied what we'd all heard with our own ears. She then emphatically denied that Israel had killed any children. She then told me exactly how many Hamas terrorists the IDF had killed, 30,000, but she couldn't tell me even a ballpark figure of how many children had been killed in the process, which I found a quite extraordinary response, where she knew one figure very precisely. Almost like the IDF only count the Hamas terrorists they kill. They don't count any of the civilians they kill, which I just do not believe. And if it is true, that seems despicable to me. But she was in complete denial. And my original question for you before you responded to what the former Prime Minister said was, when you see a policy of a blockade, which can only be construed for what it is, which is a policy of starving the people of Gaza. And we're now seeing these terrible scenes where food arrives and thousands of Palestinians race and fight each other to try and get it. And I don't know who killed them and wounded them the other day. I know it was reported by Reuters and others that it was IDF. The IDF emphatically denied it. They said it must have been Hamas and so on. We don't know, but the main reason we don't know, Jonathan, which is another of my massive bugbears about this, is that the IDF still refuses to let international journalists go and do their job and verify the stuff for themselves, unlike in every other war zone there's ever been. So for a number of reasons, this Israel government's policy right now has completely lost people like me that were very prepared, as you know, and as Cenk knows, for a long time to defend Israel's right to defend itself. This has gone way past defending the people of Israel.
No, it has not. That is their objective. The way you accomplish that is by destroying Hamas.
This has moved now. This has moved now to taking control of Gaza, kicking all the Palestinians out, starving civilians if necessary.
No, why is he saying this? Like a week after they secured the aid deal with the United States?
For the last 3 months. And when it comes to the killing of children, there have been an estimated, I don't know the exact number, but an estimated 20,000 or more children have been killed.
Yeah, and guess what? So A child is anyone under the age of 18. Guess what? Hamas recruits kids as young as 12. So what the fuck are you talking about? When Yahya Sinwar was killed, one of the members of his security detail was only 15 or 16. So yeah, no shit, you're going to see a lot of child deaths if a lot of children are getting recruited to fight in Hamas.
In this war so far. For Israel to deny that is to deny the obvious, isn't it?
Okay, so a lot to unpack. I would like to respond to what Cenk said before, but I think you touched upon an issue which I think is key, and that is the whole the issue of intention, one issue, and the second one being the humanitarian one. Now, I'll remind you and Cenk, and I'll remind everybody watching, that Israel was not occupying 5 points in southern Lebanon, was not deploying troops in southwestern Syria along the Israeli border, and definitely did not have any troops inside Gaza on October 6th. We were attacked from all those fronts by various terrorist organizations that very clearly sought to conduct genocide of Israelis in their homes. And I think this is well
totally agree.
And I think that when
I completely agree.
Yeah, I think we should recognize this.
Of course.
Yeah, and I think we should recognize it because that is how we started. Second thing, with comments that Minister Bezalel Smotrich did or didn't make, I've heard many of his comments, and I'll tell you that personally, I do not agree with many of them. And I would say that while he, as a minister and as member of a cabinet, certainly has influence, based on the actions on the ground by the IDF in almost a year and a half of fighting, I wouldn't say that that is the real policy enacted on the ground. I will not deny that there are parts of Israeli society, democratically elected, that espouse certain types and have certain feelings towards Palestinians. I do not think that that is what the IDF is executing on the ground, because had that been
but Jonathan, hang on. Jonathan, hang on.
Really,
just
really
on that point.
really.
On that one point.
But I want to touch on humanitarian.
I will. Let's come to that. Let me just jump in. I need to challenge you when you say something that gets my hackles up. The idea the IDF is not pursuing this policy, when the IDF is systematically destroying Gaza. 70% of Gaza reportedly has been destroyed. Again, this cannot be completely.
Well, there's good reason for it, Piers.
Well, hang on.
Piers, there's good reason for infrastructure being destroyed.
Jonathan, let me finish. When you destroy 70% of a place like Gaza, and you.
Oh my God. I never destroy buildings in Call of Duty. In Call of Duty, I only kill enemy. Even when I use AC-130, no building get destroyed. Why can't Israel use AC-130 and just kill bad guy and not destroy building like in Call of Duty? Like, it's so stupid. Like, why is somebody who knows nothing about fucking military strategy, doesn't know shit about fucking warfare, like, commenting on this, assuming just because a lot of buildings are destroyed, oh, that must mean they're committing war crimes? Why would that necessarily be the case?
You reduce the population to a shuffling herd of people, moved from pillar to post, with no home, who are being bombarded on a nightly basis by the IDF from the air, who are, as we saw last week, just a family of 9 children out of 10 are killed in one of these airstrikes. And you're starving them with a 3-month blockade, right? You put it all together.
No, we're not starving them. Everything you said, I agree, but we're not starving them.
Okay, but we'll come to that.
And I want to speak about the humanitarian as well.
Okay,
yes,
and you can, when I just finish the point. You say, Smotrich may or may not have said this. He indisputably said what we heard him say. And he's not just any old minister. He's the finance minister for the Israeli government. He's one of the most powerful people in the country. And he's been one of the most vocal people in that government from the start of this war. So the idea he's not a driving influence for this government is for the birds.
No, I don't think so. And I think that, yes, as I said and acknowledge, he definitely has influence. And I will agree with you. I'll correct myself. He has significant influence over Israeli politics and over the stability of the Israeli coalition. Having said that, when I judge and when I analyze what the IDF has been doing on the ground, I can explain and justify very easily why so many structures in Gaza have been destroyed. And it is directly linked to military necessity. Each and every house that Israeli troops have encountered has had military infrastructure in it. Each and every mosque, each and every hospital, some, not all, but many UN facilities.
Jonathan, that cannot be true. It cannot be true that every single.
It is, Piers.
You'll say that. Hang on, just to be clear.
No, not every single.
You said every house they have encountered in Gaza has contained military infrastructure. That is obviously not true.
Obviously, based on what, Piers? I can tell you that
based on the fact that there have been thousands of civilians killed in homes with no military infrastructure.
I would disagree with you, and I would say this. The percentage of so-called civilian houses in Gaza that Hamas has used, either for the placement of weapons, or for the location of fighters, otherwise known as terrorists, or for infrastructure, or for collecting intelligence, is tremendous. You wouldn't, I understand that you refuse to believe it because the numbers are
tremendous. How can we believe it when the IDF won't let journalists, or the government won't let journalists from outside of Gaza go in to examine this?
Why? So they can get blown up and killed?
Cenk, your response to this?
Piers, here you and I are in agreement.
Well, yeah, but it remains a scandal that international journalists are prohibited from going in. It is a scandal, and it makes it very hard to believe, frankly, anything that the IDF now say. Because how can we verify it?
Well, you know
they launched their own inquiries.
You know what I think is a scandal, Piers?
What? Go on.
I think what is a scandal is how international media, including in the last 36 hours, have been taking and regurgitating Hamas propaganda and talking points and reporting them.
Well, by the way, you can see how some of these journalists fucking lie like crazy. Israel released that report where in Lebanon, Hezbollah had this big stash house of like just money, gold, and they were hiding it underneath a hospital. And the way you could get to that stash house underground was through 2 adjacent buildings. The hospital itself didn't have access to it, but you could get through it through 2 adjacent buildings. I think it was the BBC who did an investigation. They went into the hospital, looked around the basement, and said, "Oh, Israel's lying. You can't get into this, like, underground stash house." Israel never claimed you could get through it through the hospital. They said explicitly, you can't get through it into it through the hospital. You have to go through the 2 adjacent buildings. They never investigated the 2 adjacent buildings. And then independent journalists in Lebanon investigated the 2 buildings. There were Hezbollah operatives armed to the fucking teeth with body armor and machine guns guarding those buildings, and they told them to fuck off or they'd shoot them. Like, this is the kind of fucking journalism you see from, like, the BBC and shit. So, gee, I wonder why Israel doesn't have an interest in letting in journalists, because 1, they're all fucking liars, and 2, it's a huge liability. If any of these journalists get killed, they're gonna blame fucking Israel some way, somehow. Either they're gonna accuse Israel of killing journalists, or they're going to accuse Israel of intentionally putting journalists in harm's way by letting them get attacked by Hamas or something and not giving enough security support. Why would you do it? Best case scenario, you have a fucking liar who will come in, talk to Hamas members who will fucking lie to them, and then spread more lies in the international news about Israel. Or, worst case scenario, these journalists are going to get killed and then Israel's going to be accused of killing journalists.
Well, I haven't.
And in your introduction,
okay, but I didn't.
In your introduction, Piers, you made a very correct. I think you made a very correct connection between events in Israel and events in the US and in Western Europe, where we see anti-Israeli propaganda and hatred spewed in international media, and we see results in real world. Yes. Yeah, and by the way, I haven't heard you, Mr. Champion and progressive leader, condemn any of the terrorist attacks against Israelis.
Oh, well, let me ask Cenk that very question. Look, Jonathan, I gave you a long chance to respond.
All right.
Cenk, would you like, first of all, to address that point?
By the way, do I get a half an hour to respond to all of his nonsense? But go ahead.
Well, first of all, your response to the attacks that have been happening on Jewish people in America.
Yeah, it's disgusting, it's immoral, it's stupid, it's counterproductive. I loathe it. So I'm for peace. I'm against violence.
You didn't waste 5 minutes to write about it on Twitter or to speak about it. You didn't waste...
Yeah, so that's a lie. Every time they cover that, they don't say these attacks on Jews are despicable and hateful. They say it's not productive to the pro-Palestine movement. That's all they have to say about it. They don't condemn violence against Jews. They support it. They just say you shouldn't do it because it doesn't help the Palestinian cause. That's the only objection they have against it.
I actually did.
Speak about it out of your own volition. No, you didn't.
Can I talk? This genocidal freak has talked for half an hour straight. And Piers, do you see how every time I go to talk, the Israeli propagandists talk over me on your show?
You must let him respond now.
They speak for 30 minutes, and then when I go to speak, they talk over me.
Let Cenk speak.
I just think you're being dishonest.
Jonathan, I gave you a long chance to say your piece.
Shut up, John. Jesus Christ,
let Cenk respond, please.
No, I'm not going to take shut up from you.
Okay, I mean, you're so ironic.
And you sit on high horses.
Okay, here we go. Do you see this, Piers? This is Israeli propaganda. I'll remain calm, but understand that every time I go to talk, Israeli propagandists that you bring on continue to talk over me.
Jonathan, let him speak.
They have done it every single time.
Jonathan,
so unless you get this Israeli propagandist to stop talking.
Let Cenk speak, because he let you speak, Jonathan. Cenk.
Okay, so he's obviously trying to defend the terrorism of Israel. They have killed over 20,000 children. So are they the most incompetent military in the world? Oh, golly gee, we missed 20,000 times. Or are they doing it on purpose?
Is Hamas hiding
you remember in the beginning of the conflict? So here we go. Okay, so do you remember in the beginning of the conflict when they pretended to be outraged that there was an accusation that Israel had hit a hospital? And they're like, how could you say this? Israel would never do such a thing. They have now destroyed 20 out of the 22 hospitals in Gaza, totally leveled them.
You remember
Why?
the incident?
Because they want to make life unlivable in Gaza. Because they are terrorists. That is part of the reason why that I abhor violence. I hated what happened on October 7th. And he makes it sound like October 6th was perfectly lovely. No, October 6th is when Israel continued to have a 57-year brutal occupation of the Palestinians, demeaning and basically enslaving the Palestinians for 58 years now. When are you going to let them go? You have 5.5 million hostages.
Oh, this is just getting so boring and tiring. He just says the same thing over and over and over again.
Those Palestinians under the thumb of despotic Israeli rule. So now Smotrich says, look, we were happy starving them to death, and that's what I would like to have done. But it's bad optics for us. So we have to bring them to the brink of starvation so that the West will continue to let us do what we're doing, which is the genocide and ethnic cleansing of Gaza. These are indisputable facts. Now, when you include women, they've killed over 30,000 innocent women and children. A stadium full of dead bodies brought to you by the IDF. The IDF is murdering those people every day. By the way, they've killed 12 Americans. And both the Biden administration and the Trump administration goes, Americans. A 14-year-old boy who grew up in New Jersey was just murdered by the IDF in the West Bank. And both Trump and Biden go, as long as the money's coming in from AIPAC, I'll let you murder any American you like. I'll let you murder any Palestinian you like. And let's be honest.
Is that even true? Israeli forces said they killed a terrorist. He was 14 years old. The death of Amr Rabi, Palestinian American in the West Bank, has spurred anger, blah, blah, blah. This is New York Times. Probably isn't going to be reported on accurately. West Bank, something. Israeli soldiers gunned down Amr, 14-year-old Palestinian. This does not look like a fucking 14-year-old, by the way. 14? Yeah, buddy. Either puberty hit him like a ton of fucking bricks, or there's some funny shit going on about his age. That does not look like a fucking 14-year-old. And that, even if he's 14, 14-year-olds can be terrorists. 14-year-old Palestinian American boy, born in New Jersey, military handed over his naked body, bullet-ridden, blah, blah, blah. Israeli military has accused Amr, two of his friends, hurling rocks towards the highway, endangering civilians, described the boys as terrorists, said its soldiers had eliminated one and shot the two brothers. Amr's family, blah, blah. Amr shot multiple times. Amr's killing added, blah, blah, blah. Three young boys had gone out to pick almonds. Denied that they had thrown stones, saying they had merely been throwing dried almonds at each other, who was also Palestinian, scribe breaching. Amr picked one up and was finding a tree with dried up nuts. Amr picked one up and was joking that it was like a stone, threw it at me, threw it back. Amr shot 11 times. So when I hear this, a kid picked up almond shells and threw it, and then Israeli military shot him. There is such a low fucking probability that they shot him because he was throwing almond shells. Like, give me a break. This seems so incredulous. Hours after the shooting, Israeli military issued a 10-second clip of blurry footage without a timestamp that shows three unidentifiable figures peering to gather things from the ground. One of the figures appears to be flying something in a downward motion, though no subject is visible. The video cuts out as all three appear to turn and run. military said that its footage was filmed from a military post and that the soldiers were lying in ambush in what they described as counterterrorism operation. Even if the boys did throw stones, could have fired warning shots to scare them away. This sounds like something else happened. Like almond shells? There has to be something else going on here. I don't know if the Times of Israel reported on this. Where's the video footage?
Israeli forces have released footage showing a 14. Israeli forces.
Yeah, those don't look like almond shells. They're really whipping rocks.
Forces opened fire on a group of children in the occupied West Bank, killing the 14-year-old Palestinian-American boy and wounding at least 2 others. Israeli forces claim to have killed a terrorist who endangered civilians by hurling rocks. On April 6th.
Well, maybe don't throw rocks at cars at a highway and everything would be fine. Buddy, you are not throwing almond shells like that. Bullshit.
I say fuck them kids.
Yeah, fuck them. They're doing stupid shit. Thanks for the donation, retard.
Say, brother, you want each other, then why don't you tell me? Here, I'll let you talk now and give your BS Israeli propaganda. As you claim that the worldwide media and the U.S. media are too harsh on Israel, they've given Israel a pass on everything. If they held Israel to the same standard as Hamas, right now, the whole world and the whole media would do nothing but condemn Israel. They have killed over 400 times the number of children that Hamas has killed. The IDF is the biggest terrorist in the world right now. So tell me, are you going to take Gaza and prove me right that this was always a genocidal attack on Palestinians to steal their land, or are you going to withdraw from Gaza and go to a two-state solution? I want a safe and peaceful Israel. I want a safe and peaceful and independent Palestine.
How in the hell would you have a two-state solution with Hamas existing?
Somehow I doubt that. Somehow I doubt that you want to see a peaceful and safe Israel.
Do you plan to steal Gaza? Answer the question. Do you want to steal Gaza, or are you going to give Gaza back to the Palestinians?
Somehow I doubt that you want to see a peaceful and safe Israel of Jews living in their ancestral homeland where they have 3,500 years of documented archaeological history. I doubt that this is your real motivation because, as I said, I think you are untruthful. If you would have cared about the lives of Americans, you would have condemned the terror attack on a Christian American who happened to be working at the Israeli embassy, and you would have said that these Palestinian terrorists or Palestinian-induced terrorists are horrible and despicable and harmful and all of the other window dressing words that you use now, but you would have done it out of your own vocation, and you didn't because you don't believe in it, and because you, sir, are
Actually, he has condemned it. I don't know whether you've been reading Cenk's...
Look on X right now.
I don't know whether you've checked his X feed, but Jonathan, he has condemned all of these attacks. I've seen it. Cenk has condemned them all. That's simply not true.
I've actually checked before I came online, and I haven't seen it.
Well, you didn't check long enough.
You asked about Gaza. Yeah. You asked about Gaza. What I think will happen in Gaza, and I'll tell you now, we're in June 2025. I think that for the coming months, maybe a year or two, my assessment is, based on military logic, is that the IDF will indeed conquer and hold the Gaza Strip. As, no surprise here, is what happens usually at the end of main combat operations in any war. The winning side, which, despite what you and many other people want, will be Israel. Israel will defeat Hamas, and Israel will take and hold over that piece of terrain, and for a transition period, which I, as an Israeli, hope will be as short and as benign as possible. Yes, a transition period, just like the Allied powers did in Nazi Germany after the Second World War, and just like many other winning militaries have done at the end of main combat operations, there is always a transition period. At the end of that transition period, I hope for there to be independent, yes, I hope for there to be independent Palestinian governance that isn't Hamas and that isn't the PA that supports and funds terrorists and give them stipends, but other type of Palestinian government that says our goal in life is to care about Palestinian children. Our goal in life is the future and the future prospects of us as a people and the region. That is what I hope that this war will bring about. I fear that it will take many months and probably years until we see the early signs of that happening. But I hope, and I'm pretty confident that we will not see any Israeli. No, because I'm truthful, and I want to.
You're going to keep it forever.
As well.
You're transition for years and years and years, and your standard is until they love all Israelis, we will enslave them and take their land. That's the Israeli answer at all times.
The only ones that had genocidal attacks.
You just said it. You're going to.
As if an Israeli occupation is worse than Hamas. Like, this is just so retarded.
Gaza. You just said it. You're going to take Gaza, and you're going to keep it for years and years. You just said it.
Yes,
you just said it. Your whole point was always an offensive war to take Gaza and slaughter the Palestinians so you can take more land. How much land are we going to let Israel take with our money? With our money. Hey, Jonathan, why don't you give us the $300 billion back? Give me the $300 billion back. I don't want to fund genocide. I'm an American taxpayer. Give me the goddamn money back.
If you're doing anything, you're not funding genocide.
Yes, I am. I'm unfortunately funding the genocide that your sick brothers and sisters are carrying out in Gaza.
And you are facilitating terror attacks against Jews. That's the only thing that you could be held accountable for.
Nonsense. You're literally murdering Palestinians and cheering it on as we speak. You love violence. You absolutely love violence.
Not at all.
Not at all.
Unlike
you, who causes attacks like
unlike you.
Let me ask you a question. Time out. I want to ask Jonathan a question. Jonathan, from a military perspective, because I know that's an area of expertise for you. From a military perspective, it seems to me that the mission statement. I mean, you say you think this is all going well, and they're going to win the war, and they're going to take over Gaza, and so on.
I didn't say it's going well, Pierce. And I don't think it's going well at all.
Apart from anything else, the most powerful military in the Middle East has been incapable of dismantling a bunch of terrorists now for 20 months. Hamas is still very much alive and well. The remaining hostages have not been freed, which of course is disgraceful, and of course they should be. But the bombardment continues. 2/3 of Gaza is now in ruins. Presumably the rest will be...
My God. Look. It's Gum Gum. Do you guys see that? Gum Gum's lying on the chair. He always likes to be close to me. He always comes down here to hang out. Oh, what a sweet little tired boy. Look at him. I love my Gum Gum. Such a good baby.
reduced to rubble if this carries on as well. And yet all the intelligence that the American military are getting is that actually, far from eliminating Hamas, all that's been happening is for every Hamas terrorist who's been killed, the ideology has been replaced by 4 or 5 more people, which seems to me to be an abject failure. If that is even happening at half the rate, then you're creating more of a problem going forward for Israel's security than you had at the start of this. How can any of this be construed as a military success?
Well, as I said before, I am not happy, and so are many other Israelis, with the pace and the actions of this war, and in how long it has taken for Israel to defeat Hamas. And, I've heard reports, and I've seen them circulated by all kinds of people with political interest, usually not those aligned with Israel, who quote those reports, and I've seen conflicting reports. I'd say this. I would have wanted for this war against Hamas to be swifter, for less Israelis to have been wounded, for us to have been much more successful in releasing and rescuing our hostages earlier, and for our negotiations to have been much better and prioritizing the release of hostages faster. And I would have wanted Hamas defeated at a lower cost for the civilian population in Gaza. Sadly, we are 600 days after Hamas's attack on Israel, where my people have been held as hostages. And yes, people in Gaza have been suffering, and I would like to see that suffering end quicker than it has been going on. But if you ask me, what do I want to see more? What I want to see is for Israel to emerge victorious and to defeat Hamas. And to protect Israelis living around the Gaza area, and for that area to be safe. As long as Hamas exists, it won't be safe for Israelis, and Israel cannot stop until Hamas is defeated. And what I think is so extremely sad and cynical is that there's such a big chorus and an alignment of organizations and countries who claim to be supporting the Palestinians, but by supporting Hamas, what they do is that they're just extending the war, they're extending the suffering. Instead of helping Israel distribute food, they're obfuscating it. Instead of helping Israel crush Hamas and defeat them and get the war done and over with, they're forcing Israel to work slower and to take longer time in order to defeat them. At the end of the day, the truth is that Hamas has to be defeated. Hamas has to be defeated for there to be any kind of future, positive future for Israelis and also for Palestinians in Gaza. There is no future for Palestinians in Gaza as long as Hamas is there. And the sooner organizations and leaders and media pundits and self-appointed humanitarians understand this and get with supporting Israel instead of indirectly supporting Hamas, the better it will be for Palestinians.
All right, Cenk, your response.
Yes. So if you remember, Piers, a long time ago, you asked me right in the beginning of the conflict, what would I do instead? And I talked about sending in special forces into Gaza, but then you make a peace deal with the Palestinian Authority and use them to drive out Hamas from Gaza. So nobody wants Hamas in Gaza. So that's just pure Israeli propaganda, right? So, and is there a way to do that? Now, actually, over 50 countries in the Arab League have said, we will help to do that, drive out Hamas from Gaza, and we will pay for the reconstruction of Gaza. And Israel doesn't want it. They say no to every single peace deal. Why? Because they don't want peace. So this brother admitted that, yes, they plan on taking Gaza. That was the point all along. And then he says this absurdity about maybe many years later, if the Palestinians are good boys and girls and have now declared their love and allegiance for their occupiers, then we will give it back. That's obviously a joke. They're never ever going to take it back.
I'll interrupt you because you're falsifying
the whole
what
point
I
of
say.
this was to steal that land.
Because you're falsifying what I say.
And Piers, I told you that from day one.
I didn't say any of that.
And when I said they were going to take Gaza, people said, "Oh no, that's ridiculous. They're not going to take Gaza." Now they admit we are going to take Gaza. But the most important part of this,
I've been saying this
is
since January 24.
They set up this undoable standard.
It's no news.
Okay, Jonathan, let me finish. So they say until we finish Gaza, we have to keep going and we have to take more of their land and ethnically cleanse them more. So, but how do we know? It's a purposely undoable standard. How do we know if all of Hamas is dead? First of all, they don't allow any journalists in, as you pointed out. In fact, they've murdered more journalists than all other conflicts in the world combined. And it's not an accident. There's sniper shots. By the way, against a Palestinian American citizen journalist, a sniper shot from hundreds of yards away shot her in the neck to murder her. So they murder journalists.
Oh my God. Why don't they let journalists in? Let the journalists in. Oh, if the journalists get let in, Israel's gonna murder them. Then why are you asking for them to let journalists in? Like, it's so ridiculous. Literally, after going on a long spiel about how Israel will not let journalists in, he then accuses Israel of deliberately murdering journalists. Then why would you want them to be let in if you believe Israel kills journalists? Like, they can't even come up with consistent lies. Like, if you're gonna lie about something, like, be consistent with the logic, but no, like, anything that's convenient, they'll just make up.
They don't allow international journalists in because they don't want you to know this has nothing to do with self-defense. We were right all along.
Jonathan,
like, what? What a fool.
And you know what? To take Gaza, and their excuse is Hamas is never finished. Since Hamas is never finished, and we never agreed to a ceasefire or a peace deal that would push Hamas out, we have to keep murdering Palestinians, and Hamas made us do it. Hamas didn't make you do it. You are morally responsible for the genocide, the terrorism, and the ethnic cleansing that you celebrate now, Jonathan. And you're talking about taking that land, and you're doing it for greed and your empire.
And you know
are
what?
not doing it to help Israeli citizens and keep them safe. And in fact, it makes Israel so much less safe because guys like this go, no, I want more land, and I want conquest, as he's got blood dripping from the corner of his mouth, and then telling us about how he's against terrorism. You're supporting
Piers,
mass
I think
terrorism,
you should put a
and you're saying it doesn't count. It's just Muslim lies.
Hang on.
These are
hang on, Jonathan. Hang on.
libels.
We've run out of time. I will let you just respond quickly to
Yeah,
one
but these
thing.
are anti-Semitic tropes. These are blood libels. Exactly.
Let me just ask you one question, Jonathan.
I know.
Jonathan, it's the plan.
You support the murder of thousands of Palestinian children.
Hang on, you made your point,
don't get to speak about bigotry.
You made your point. But Jonathan, the problem you have when you try and say the plan is not to take everything over is right in the middle of all this last week, with Israel being branded a global pariah by many people, with two former prime ministers coming out condemning what they see as war crimes and so on. Right in the middle of this, a story comes out of nowhere that the Israeli government has sanctioned 22 new settlements in the West Bank. Settlements that are widely considered by the international community to be illegal. If that isn't a land grab, then what is it?
I'll tell you what I think many Israelis believe that it is, and I think this crosses a few political divides in Israel, and I'm sure that viewers will find this quite interesting. What many Israelis believe that is a response to terror attacks against Israelis. And many Israelis feel, specifically after October 7, is that sadly, there's very little currently, very sadly, to be debating with Palestinians because their true nature, whether it is Gaza or in Judea and Samaria, what you call the West Bank, many of them have been exposed as people whose only wish and desire is to kill Jews.
Acquisition
And frankly, Cenk, I think you should be ashamed
for their land acquisition.
Your monologue.
Like, they literally play it on Palestinian TV all day long about how it's good to kill Jews. I mean, the amount of ignorance these people have.
Was a textbook monologue of the lowest kind of cheap, old, used anti-Semitic tropes.
As you murder
Nothing
50,
about
60,000
yes,
civilians,
despicable.
you're lecturing me about terrorism.
Your pile
you're
of
a cheerleader for terrorists.
and hatred, Cenk, is beneath this show. It is beneath any drenched in any.
Cenk, we've run out of.
Okay, that's enough of that.
What is Nikah Mishar? Nikah Mishar is a type of marriage contract recognized in some interpretations of Islamic law, primarily within Sunni jurisprudence. It still requires a standard Islamic nikah or marriage contract, such as offer and acceptance, dowry, 2 witnesses, and a guardian. Nikah Mishar is characterized by a formal marriage agreement, where the wife voluntarily relinquishes certain rights typically associated with marriage, such as the right to cohabitation or living together with the husband, the right to financial maintenance or nafaka, the right to equal time or attention from the husband, especially in polygamous setups. The husband, in turn, is relieved of some obligations, such as providing a shared home or regular financial support. Nikah misyar is often described as a traveler's marriage or marriage of convenience, as it may be contracted by men who travel frequently, are unable to maintain a full-time household, or seek a less financially burdensome arrangement. The wife may remain in her own home, and the couple meets periodically as agreed. In modern times, it is common for wealthy Arab men to travel to poorer Muslim countries like Pakistan, Indonesia, or Bangladesh and enter into misyar marriages to satisfy their lust. The marriage organizers are usually pimps who seek out women from poor families. The dowry provided by the groom is often substantial for the woman and her family, sometimes enough to support them for a month. Enticed by the money, the woman's side agrees to the misyar marriage for a few days or weeks. After the vacation ends, the groom typically divorces his misyar wife and returns to his Arab country. Islamic scholars are aware of the negative impacts that may arise from nikah misyar.
In a nikah misyar, a woman usually does not receive protection, a home, or financial support. She only meets with her husband for sexual relations. Couples who enter into a nikah misyar usually do so with the intention of divorce. As ulamas, we certainly would not want women in our families, such as our sisters, mothers, and daughters, to experience such a marriage. However, we cannot forbid the practice because it is implied in the Quran and was practiced by Prophet Muhammad himself.
Sauda and the origin of nikah misyar. The following event led to the revelation of Quran, Surah An-Nisa, verses 128 to 129. Sauda bint Zam'a bin Qais was 51 years old when she married Prophet Muhammad, who was slightly older than her.
I am a devoted Muslima and a loyal follower of Prophet Muhammad. After my husband passed away, the Prophet proposed to me.
When Prophet Muhammad offered marriage, Sauda saw hope because it meant a chance for security and also an important role in his household.
I am the second wife of the Prophet. His first wife, Khadijah, died not too long ago. He needed a mature woman to take care of his children and to do the household errands for him for free.
Sauda later moved to Medina to be with her husband. There she helped build the emerging Muslim community. As Prophet Muhammad's influence grew, so did the number of his wives. Among them were younger, more favored wives, such as Aisha, Juwairiya, Safiya, Habiba, and Zainab, as well as his favored concubines, the Jewish woman Raihana and the Coptic woman Maria. They were all known for their youth and beauty.
I know the Prophet was really fond of his third wife, Aisha. He even claimed that without her, no Quran verses would have come to him. But now, many more beautiful young girls and women surround him. I have no chance of competing with them.
Rumors spread that Prophet Muhammad planned to divorce Sauda because of her age and fading beauty. His preference for youthful beauty made her future uncertain.
I heard that the Prophet is going to divorce poor Sauda because she's old and no longer attractive.
What would you expect from a man of such low character, given his history of lying, cheating, and stealing?
I know. It's absurd to expect loyalty from him.
It seems like the Prophet is going to divorce Sauda.
That old hag? Good. That means more time for him to have fun with his beautiful girls.
Facing abandonment, Sauda's world began to crumble. Prophet Muhammad's apparent disregard for her devotion pushed her to the brink, leaving her fearful of shame and exile.
I know I'm not young anymore and can't compete with those beautiful girls, but if the Prophet divorces me, I won't survive. At my age, finding a job would be nearly impossible, and I can't remarry because the Prophet forbids his wives from doing so. This is a matter of life and death for me. I must find a way to persuade him to keep me as his wife.
In desperation, Sauda turned to Aisha, Prophet Muhammad's favored wife.
To stay married to Prophet Muhammad, I will have to offer to give up my time.
Yeah, it's cold in the basement, even in the summer. In the winter, it's like ridiculously cold, but even in the summer, it's still pretty cold.
Time with him so that he can spend twice as much time with Aisha. This is a humiliating bargain for me, but what else can I do? Aisha, I know it's your turn with the Prophet today, but I just need a little of your time to ask him not to divorce me. Please let me speak with him when he arrives.
Of course, Sauda. Take all the time you need to talk to him.
When Prophet Muhammad arrived at Aisha's house, Sauda begged him to keep her, sacrificing her rights for his convenience.
I'm willing to give up my turn to Aisha, but please don't divorce me.
As already predicted, Prophet Muhammad readily agreed and promptly claimed the revelation of the following verse.
O Sauda, Allah approves your request by giving this revelation. And if a woman fears from her husband contempt or evasion, there is no sin upon them if they make terms of settlement between them, which means woman agrees upon leaving some of her rights. And you will never be able to do justice between wives, even if you should strive to do so.
Strangely, before this event, Prophet Muhammad required husbands to treat each wife justly, even advising against polygamy if fairness couldn't be maintained, in the same surah, verse 3.
If ye fear that ye shall not be able to deal justly with the orphans, marry women of your choice, 2 or 3 or 4. But if ye fear that ye shall not be able to deal justly with them, then only one, or a captive that your right hands possess, that will be more suitable, to prevent you from doing injustice.
This means that Quran, Surah An-Nisa, verse 128, 129, has nullified Surah An-Nisa, verse 3, with serious negative consequences for wives.
Dude, Islam is so fucked.
Allah, the Al-Adil, the very just and fair, has permitted Muslim husbands to treat their wives unjustly. The Misyar-like marriage was sealed. Sauda, a wife in name only, sidelined for Muhammad's younger brides. Her sacrifice preserved her status, but at what cost? This case shows that Islam was created by men to benefit men. Other religions generally encourage their followers to control their lusts for the benefit of others. But Islam is the opposite, as it encourages men to indulge their lusts at the expense of the weak.
Guys, actually, I don't feel that bad. He still provides me with food and shelter until I die, and I don't even have to sleep with him. How bad is that? In the past, intercourse with him wasn't that great because I could tell he didn't care. If I want to, I can satisfy myself.
Rabbit.
What?
Rabbit.
Hey, give them back to me.
What can we learn from the case of Sauda and Prophet Muhammad? Initially, their marriage was a traditional Islamic marriage, but when the Prophet lost interest in her, he intended to divorce Sauda. This situation forced Sauda to relinquish her right, turning their marriage into a mere nikah misyar. Her status dropped from a wife to a second-class wife, lower in rank compared to the other wives.
Islam is fucked.
9/11, the London Underground bombings, Madrid, Mumbai.
Whether Islam is a religion of peace or a religion of war. Let's see what she had to say.
Well, good evening, everyone. Thank you for having me. I hope everyone can hear me. How to respond to a lot of this? First of all, on the bar, you said you admitted yourself that the bar had been set quite high. I would suggest, though, that the burden of proof is on the proposer rather than on us. It quite clearly says Islam is a religion of peace. I suggest you prove it. I've also been told, we've also been told here tonight when we opened, that this debate must take place in the real world. Well, absolutely, yes, it must. It must take place in the real world. And I will describe what Islam is doing in the real world.
Get ready. It's going to be a bumpy ride with the list that she's going to bring up right now.
We can sit and we can debate theocracy day in, day out. We will never agree. We can debate, is there a God, isn't there a God, is the Quran real, isn't it? None of it actually matters. What matters is what happens in the real world, as my opponent quite rightly said. My side of the argument is regularly told that we've heard it again tonight, we were described somewhat as hate. We were told that we are demonizing Islam, whipping up fear of Islam. Not the first time I've been accused of this, probably won't be the last. But let me just say, and let's take this into the real world as we've been advised to do, let me tell you what actually whips up fears of Islam. We would take it from the top. 9/11, the London Underground bombings, Madrid, Mumbai, Mali, Bali, northern Nigeria, Sudan, Afghanistan, Saudi Arabia, Iran, Yemen, Pakistan, death for apostasy, death for blasphemy, death for adultery, death for homosexuality, gender segregation, gender discrimination, unequal testimony between men and women in legal proceedings, child marriage, amputations, beheadings, imprisonment for being raped, anti-Semitism, burqas, execution, as I've said, for this, that and the other, the slaughter of
What a peaceful religion, huh?
Van Gogh on the streets of Amsterdam, death threats on the streets of London, butcher those who insult Islam, Muslim patrols in East London telling people they are entering Sharia-controlled zones, polygamous marriages, marriage not requiring the consent of the bride. This is what causes fear
Mehdi's pissed.
of Islam.
Oh yeah, fucking Mehdi. This guy idolizes Osama bin Laden. He's a fucking scumbag.
Not me, it is not my colleagues on this side.
Point of information on that point. If Islam and Muslims are responsible for the Muslim patrols...
I'm not finished.
accepting?
I'm not. No, I'm not. I mean, let me speak on. But the point is that it is not I or my fellow debaters on this side who are causing fear of Islam. It is the actions of Muslims that are causing fear of Islam.
Yep.
That is the real world. That is where we actually live. Then we'll be told that this is just the extreme fringe of Islam.
They'll call us Islamophobic, and phobia is the irrational fear, but the fear of Islam is incredibly rational after all the attacks that happen against people who are not Muslim. So our fear against it is very, very rational.
Well, let me have a look at Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia is the birthplace of Islam, the custodian of its holy sites. In Saudi Arabia, a woman is not allowed to drive. She is not allowed to leave the house without a mahram. She is not allowed to vote, although they've been incredibly generous by allowing some votes in the next elections. This is apparently the extreme fringe of people are executed for blasphemy, executed for apostasy. in Saudi Arabia, the birthplace of Islam, we'll be told that's the extreme fringe of Islam. No, it is not. Calling Saudi Arabia the extreme fringe of Islam is like calling the Vatican the extreme fringe of Catholicism. Sorry, it just doesn't work. Then we'll be told that we've misunderstood. Violent Muslims have misunderstood. Saudi Arabia has misunderstood. Iran, which stones people to death for adultery, has misunderstood. Yemen, which marries children at the age of 9, has misunderstood. Has there ever been a more spectacularly misunderstood religion than Islam? It seems that these nations who apply it as their laws, nations which have the Quran as their constitution, innumerable nations, where there is no free speech, where there is no freedom of religion, they've all got it wrong. They've all got it wrong.
People will then say, hey, Sahar, how can you say something like this? And in Judaism, you're supposed to kill for apostasy as well. First of all, let's assume it was true, and it's not. But let's assume it was the truth. Do you see any Jews currently killing on behalf of Judaism? Come and join Judaism. If you don't join, we kill you. If you don't practice Judaism, we kill you. In Judaism, you don't have to practice Judaism to go to heaven. You just have to practice the 7 Noahide laws, which are basic laws for the non-Jews. You can still go to heaven. In Islam, they believe you have to be saved by Islam to go to Jannah. It's very different for Judaism.
Quite a spectacularly misunderstood religion. There's just so much that, I'm constantly told as well that I need to respect Islam. I'm never quite given a good enough reason why. I am under no greater obligation to respect Islam than I am any other beliefs. I'm under no more obligation to respect a woman oppressed in the name of Islam than if she is oppressed by the BNP or anyone else. I am under no obligation to make compromises with an ideology I simply don't see as peaceful. Why don't I see it as peaceful? Because of the evidence. If I look around the world and I see the countries where Islam calls the shots, all I see is brutality and violence imposed by the state. We were told that peace is not just the absence of violence, but the presence of justice. Absolutely. I do not see how
She completely ignored him. Beautiful.
Nation where, as the only woman here, I have some particular issues with the way women are treated in Islamic states. Now, you can argue that they've got it wrong. Tell them that, because they seem to think that's what it is. Yes, I mean, there's so much to say about it, but is there a peaceful Islam? Yes, there is. It's in the hearts of peaceful Muslims. Unfortunately, though, there's also a rather more objective Islam, and peaceful Muslims have to do some really rather creative interpretation, like the command to beat her. I've seen Muslim women. I didn't stand up for you. Well, I didn't. So if you could just have a bit. I knew this would happen. I knew this would happen, by the way. I knew this would happen. What I'm saying is completely controversial and will be booed and shouted down, and I have no doubt my colleagues the same. I knew this would happen. If you say anything negative, you'll get the boos. I'm actually going to leave it there. But I will finish just by saying this. There are hundreds of millions of peaceful Muslims. That is a fact. But that does not mean that Islam itself is peaceful.
Yep.
Peaceful Muslims interpret verses of the Quran so almost beyond recognition. It's reinterpreted, like the command to beat her. It's there in the Quran, and I've seen Muslim women try to dance around it. They put words in there that simply aren't there. That's what it says. It says beat her. And in the countries where the Quran calls the shots, that is exactly what they do. This is not peace. This is not justice. Islam is not a religion of peace, as the evidence shows us. Thank you.
Get fucked. Yeah, nobody wants this Islamic horse shit.
my friend who's so original made the 4 millionth joke to me that people have made, where they're like, oh, hey, well, if your shit gets like super, you can always just do a why I left the left thing and become a Christian and join the right. And then this topic comes up of like, why is it that the right can, take people back or not hold people to this like high standard of behavior, whatever, and the left does it. And then I realized, I don't think I've ever had this revelation before. This never clicked on my screen before, but I realized why. And the answer is really obvious. The answer is because this guy at my Jubilee debate, he runs a debate league, incubate debate for like high schoolers. And so he invited me on Saturday
Oh
to sit
yeah,
and
the
basically add 4
anabolic
prompts.
stick response. Forgot about that.
Mr. 1 in a Million Genetics responded to my video where I called him out for manipulating his audience by using a quote-unquote drug-tested competition that he competed in, where he and none of the contestants were drug-tested as proof of him being natural.
You make a point, what about you saying being in a natural show and winning? Yeah, what about it? You didn't mention the show. Like, we're just gonna forget about it? Nobody we're just doing what are we doing?
He went on to make a response video where he basically thought he had a gotcha moment, but he just ended up looking incredibly stupid and doesn't actually make a single point in the video. Let's get into it.
So yeah, today I'm going to be absolutely destroying every single person involved in this video, and I wish I didn't have to do it because like I said, it's not like me to do these types of videos, but when people are straight up lying and coming after my hard work and my natural transformation, which goes completely against why this channel even exists, I have no choice but to answer.
Well, let's take a little trip through comments, Hussein. Let's see how well you destroyed the people involved with this video. You're such a cornball, bro. So he basically says that we lied in my video, and then for the duration of this video, literally proves that not a single lie was said. I'm not making this up, believe me, just keep watching.
There's also another issue, like, you doth protest too much. If you're natural, you'd probably just leave it at, like, I don't know what I can really do to prove that I'm natural, like, it is what it is. If you don't think I'm natty, then whatever, I just consider it a compliment. Like, you'd expect that to really be the, basic go-to response and then leave it at that. But not only have they made several responses now, but like they're caught lying. Like they're making shit up and just having very strange excuses. So yeah, it's very fishy.
So yeah, today's video, I'm going to be reacting and responding to Anabolic Stick's latest video titled Hussein Lied About Natural Bodybuilding Show. Now here's something that's important to note. Before dropping this video, Anabolic Stick made a post on YouTube, and here's what he said. Just wanted to say that in the middle of making my Greg response video, I've been contacted by a very credible individual, right? Very credible individual, keep that in mind, it's going to be important for the rest of the video, with some pretty damning information regarding Hussein Farhad. Not trolling, the video will be up tomorrow or the day after.
Take a look at this muscle mommy VG. Girl can take a beating and still look strong and sexy.
It's got a nice butt.
Keep that smile, girl. One.
Oh, my goodness! After a kiss!
Keep that smile.
Slap fighting is just the stupidest thing ever.
I'm Sheena Bathory. I'm from Hungary, but currently I live in Las Vegas. I just started
She has to be a fucking retard.
working in bodybuilding and pro wrestling shows, and when the slap fighting league reached me out, I was thinking like, this is a big deal. I'm definitely stronger than most of the guys. I'm sure you guys gonna see how strong I am. But let me show just a little bit.
Pretty sure she's on gear. Dude, you have to be like a retarded degenerate to do slap fighting. Thanks for the donation though, Ben.
Alright, so now that we've covered everything you guys need to know, let's start this video.
Okay, so I'm just gonna cut to the chase. The credible source I was talking about is Sharif Saad, a competitor that competed alongside Hussein in his quote-unquote natural bodybuilding show. Hussein and Greg were parading that bodybuilding show around as proof of his natty status, and then Sharif came out and revealed that no one was actually tested. This is pretty much all that Sharif says. His only claim is that no one got tested, which Hussein then goes on and admits in his video, yet he tries to portray Sharif as not being credible simply because he was friendly to Hussein before. Again, not making that up. Let's continue with the video. So I made a video about Hussein Farhat having a fake natty, which absolutely took off the algorithm, prompting both Hussein and Greg to respond. They both responded. One of the main points they brought up was that Hussein Farhat competed in a natural bodybuilding show, so therefore he must be natty. A guy named Sharif Saad commented on my video regarding Hussein mentioning the natural bodybuilding show. He competed in the same show, same stage, and nobody got tested. The guy told me afterwards he was on stars and competed in the show. Natural shows don't need money.
Alright, guys, this is the very credible individual that reached out to Anabolic Stick and told him that he had like inside information on me. This is the guy that has been drinking what he said for 13 years naturally, right? Keep that in mind, it's gonna be for the rest of the video, but this is basically the guy saying that I've been basically lying about a natural show.
So he basically starts alluding to Sharif not being a credible source. He does his little anime villain smirk while he sees Sharif pop up on the screen, and he starts edging his audience towards some incredible gotcha moment that completely invalidates my video.
Alright, so basically your guy's saying that he competed in the same show as me and that nobody got tested. And he also said that the guy after the show told him that he was on stars and he competed in the same show as me and Sharif. And then he says natural shows don't need much. And then he proceeds to say that King Kong Classic has two.
Buddy, $10,000 to get permanent severe brain damage. Are you insane? I wouldn't even do that for $1 million. Like, what is it worth? Like, what is your health worth to you? Are you kidding me? You do slap fighting for $10,000? Like, that's just outrageously fucking stupid.
2 days of competing, then has one is the first day, and then the second day is the natural one. Natural, right? He said I did natural with him, and that we basically got charged for getting tested. You know, there was a $50 charge for class 4 testing for the drug test, and that the whole show was split in a pocket, right? This is what we got said. So here's what actually happened. There's 2 shows exactly like he said. There's the enhanced show and there's the natural show. Obviously, I applied for a natural show because I saw that it was like advertised as being drug tested. You know, I picked it, I was expecting to get tested, I went to the show, and I paid, like I said, $50 per category, and I did 8 categories in total, right? Which means I paid a total of $400 for the show just to get drug tested. So let's say you see 2 shows, right? One of them you don't have a drug testing fee, the other one you do have a drug testing fee. If you decide to pick the show with a drug testing fee, you would obviously expect to get tested, right? So I went on stage, won 7 medals in total, but never got tested.
So he basically argues that while he didn't get tested, he thought that he would get tested, and so that proves his natty status. Well, consider this. Greg Doucette was his coach during this bodybuilding show. Greg was the one that told him to compete. Greg is a Canadian IFBB pro and was a judge on numerous bodybuilding shows. As I proved in my previous video, it is widely known that the CPA, which is the organization that runs this show, does not test their winners. If anyone would be aware of this beforehand, it would be Greg Doucette. So what are the chances that Greg told him to compete in this show because he knew Hussein wouldn't be at risk of drug testing? Now, even if what I just said didn't happen, it is widely known that the testing done at natural shows are complete garbage. I've heard from a lot of people that they usually don't even test for anabolic steroids and only test for recreational drugs.
And as a PNBA pro and natural bodybuilder pro as myself, not anymore, but I can verify with 100% accuracy that 90% of the shows are not tested, even though they say they are tested, or if they are tested, like at my show, you're doing a urine test, and it's not for anabolic steroids, it's for recreational drugs, so that doesn't matter.
So natural bodybuilding shows are already bullshit in general, but the point of my video was to show that you have no qualms with lying to your audience, be it indirectly and manipulating them by continuously using a quote-unquote drug-tested bodybuilding show as proof of natty status, heavily implying that you got tested when you never did. You conveniently completely avoided pointing out that you never got tested. You're just simply a dishonest guy. You've been continuously using the show as quote-unquote proof, knowing that you never got tested, and now you're trying to use a 5-second clip of a podcast you did months ago where you admitted you didn't get tested to imply that you've always been truthful. If you were truthful, you would have mentioned this in your video alongside the numerous times you referenced this quote-unquote natural drug-tested competition as proof of your natty status. But you didn't, because that would basically invalidate your entire argument. If your fellow competitors never came out to call you out on your lying by saying that no one got tested, then this clip would also have not resurfaced, and you would still be saying to this day, why aren't you mentioning the drug-tested competition I did? That's proof of me being natural.
First off, I'm not natty, right? He made a before show, said I'm not natural. Then he meets me in person, says that I'm a great guy, that he thinks I'm natural, and that he hopes to see me at the show next year. And now that the drama is getting clicks, and that I'll talk about, he makes a video on me again and says that I'm not natural.
Pretty much spitting lines in people's face. Hussein, he looks amazing, and he's got the shape of proportion. Just making Hussein, yeah, I'm talking about his video, you have spoken of backstage.
This is the guy you choose as a very credible source.
Well, yes, he did in fact appear to be a very credible source because everything he said was true. He claimed you didn't get tested, and then in the same video and in the podcast clip, you also admit that you didn't get tested.
So I went on stage, won 7 medals in total, but never got tested.
So how does any of this prove that he's not credible when you've literally proven that he in fact is credible by confirming everything he said?
So I went on stage, won 7 medals in total, but never got tested.
This whole pitiful attempt at character assassination would have worked if you hadn't yourself admitted that you didn't get tested.
So I went on stage, won 7 medals in total, but never got tested.
But you prove his credibility by admitting that everything he said was true, but then somehow try to paint him as not being credible.
This is the guy you choose as a very credible source.
Because he was nice and friendly to you and didn't want to be confrontational by calling you a fake natty to your face. This entire video is just so stupid. Leave these response videos to Greg. You're just continuously making yourself look dumb.
That's basically for Sharif. You're an absolute clout chaser. You try to be friends with me when we met at the show. You DM me, you put comments on my page. I never reply to you because, you know, again, I'm not fake. I always say the truth. You're trying to critique me, say that I'm a scammer and I'm not natural. And we meet up in person, you're trying to be all cool and shit with me. Or the chances he's the one that comes out and talks about the show.
Well, he wasn't really the only one. 2 other competitors, the latter of which was a top 5 contestant, also came out to say that you didn't get tested.
So like I said, I have all the receipts, all the screenshots. You can go on my post. If you go on the post that I posted, LA Dub, and it's a picture with Bogey and Chizzy, you can find his comment on that post. Unless obviously he's probably going to delete it now. But yeah, you can go and see it. I have a screenshot. Just yeah, bro basically changed his mind 3 times in total, and that's his very credible source. Come on, bro. Come on, do better.
Do better? You've literally proved his credibility by saying yourself that you didn't get tested, which is literally the only claim that Sharif made.
So I went on stage, won 7 medals in total, but never got tested.
Hussein, you're not really the sharpest tool in the shed, are you? Isn't there a correlation between steroid use and the killing of brain cells? His stupidity in this video might honestly just be the thing that proves definitively that he's a fake natty. The guy seems to only be in possession of 2 brain cells that are fighting for dominance to try and form a coherent thought. So that's basically what the entire video is. Hussein throws a hissy fit because someone came out and called him out on a lie. The entire video is just Hussein trying to commit character assassination on Sharif, all because he left a couple of nice comments on his Instagram after the competition, but then called Hussein out on his lie when he saw Hussein implying that he got drug tested at the competition they both competed in. He didn't slander Hussein, he didn't insult Hussein, all he did was call Hussein out on his lie. Since Hussein dropped this video, I've heard that Sharif has been getting a bunch of nasty hate messages on on Instagram and even through email from Hussein's fans. So to anyone watching, I'd really appreciate it if you could go to his Instagram or to his YouTube comments and just show the guy some love and support, because all he did was correct a lie and he truly does not deserve the hate.
But now, this is where it gets interesting. So after watching the video, I went to the comment section and I found this one. We have comments in that who said, if you want, I'll pay for any drug test for usage you can't afford the drug test you're saying. I'll go over the whole thing. I drug tested myself, but this time friends with Greg and Neil Fishy, so let's get too involved and make some content. Now that we've absolutely removed this whole reason that you made in the first place, which was I don't have the money to pay for the test, Connor just said he's willing to pay for the test, flying out here to Montreal where I live, doing a test. So here's my offer to you again. I'm down to get tested whenever you want. You can come here tomorrow if you want to, bro. And I'll get tested with you and Connor. And if I fail that blood test, I will give you $100,000. But if I pass the blood test, I want to make an apology video and basically apologize for everything that he said. And finally admit that I'm not a free dad.
Well, Hussein, as I said in the video I uploaded yesterday, I've already been talking with Connor for days.
Yeah. So he's talking about one single drug test. He wants to test him over a period of months.
And just yesterday gave him all the stipulations that would have to be respected if I were to agree with this. Accept these terms and I will fly out to Montreal, and after 6 months, accept the $100,000 that you owe me. If you guys enjoyed this video, please make sure to like and subscribe.
It's fucking retarded, dude. Yeah, that guy sounds like fake natty as hell.
I go jab, cross, hook, round kick. Jab, cross, round kick. Jab, round kick. Okay, in any order that you want, random combos. 1, 2, 3.
I like that girl's butt.
Will the new Virtua Fighter 6 actually play like this? Compared to the last footage shown, the blocking animations are way more animated and the movements are slower. There is also more flashy camera work in this footage compared to the last.
I'm really psyched for Virtua Fighter 6. I hope that's good.
What do you think about the gameplay?
Tekken's just gotten too insane. I hate how there's so many magical characters that can, like, throw fireballs or spears or, like, teleport and shit. I'm so sick of it. Like, I'm fine with that kind of crap in, like, Street Fighter or Mortal Kombat, but, yeah, Tekken, it's just gotten way too much. I'm really hoping Virtua Fighter 6 is good.
Hey, just womanly things. Just womanly things. It is what. Yeah, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Hey, just.
Okay, well, I have to do about 8 hours of driving tomorrow because I have to drive down to Toronto to pick up a new camera. So I'm going to head to bed a bit early just to make sure that I'm well rested because I don't want to drive tired. But hope you all had fun. Big thanks to everybody who donated on Streamlabs. Really appreciate it. Not sure if I'll be streaming tomorrow because, yeah, after 8 hours of driving and shit, I might be way too exhausted. But we'll see. Assuming I leave Toronto right away after picking up the camera, should be there around 12:30. I'll probably get back around like 4 or 5. So we'll see. I don't know if I'm going to be too exhausted. So if I am on, it'll probably be like probably 8-ish at the earliest, and then maybe if I have a like sleep or a nap or something, could be on like as late as 12 or something. But yeah, don't bank on me streaming tomorrow night. I might just be too tired. So if you're planning on going on a date with some like really pretty hot bitch and you're thinking of canceling that date to watch my stream, you're better off just going on the date. If you know what I mean. So if I don't see you tomorrow, I'll see you the next day. But thanks again, everybody. Hope you had fun. And sweet dreams. I can't get overnight shipping. I'm buying it from somebody off Kijiji, so that's why I have to go to Toronto. But 99